Ladies, gentlemen, and others, welcome to the final round of the second season of the SimplyMod Endurance Series. We're going off here with a bang here at ARL and giving you our longest race on the calendar, the 12 Hours of Le Mans. Biggest races of the motorsport calendar since the 1920s, and we're looking to make a virtual imprint on history here today in computerized France. So before we kick off with things, I'm just going to slightly apologise. I'm extremely hungover, so my commentary is probably not going to be up to scratch. The impromptu FaceTime call with the family last night got a little bit on the stream side of things, but I'm going to try and do my best. We've got a bit of a commentary system going, so everyone has 4 hours in the commentary booth. So we're going to be working it at our best as we can. It's a 12-hour race. It's a long race, keep an eye of, keep commentating over, and a long race for the stewards to keep track of as well. So it's a really big effort here from the team at ARL. So I just want to pass on a big thank you to everyone who's doing their bit, and thank you to the drivers as well for willing to come forward and just kind of be willing to drive. It's a long race, and it can be very demoralizing, if you go out in the first hour. But for put in the practice to have a team prepared and a car prepared, or a virtual car anyway, for such a big event, it is really good to see. So yeah, my thanks to all the drivers, to all the staff, and to everyone watching here at Ace Racing League at the SimplyMod Endurance Series, the season 2 finale here at Le Mans. Apologies just on the side of the stream. Our broadcaster just had a game freeze quickly. So we're just going to try and fix that while we can. So for now, you're just going to see this lovely little board we've got here on the screen. The GTE qualifying will be starting around about now. So as always, we've got GTE qualifying, 20 minutes, then a short break, which allows any GT competitors to finish their laps after the checkered flag, then on to LMP2 and DPI qualifying. Unfortunately, there is no LMP3 cars in this race, so that was the plan. There was, I believe, at the time, there was two teams. Yeah, there was two teams running an LMP3 car, one of which I was in the DDoS car, and then my computer broke and it's no longer working, so we had to drop out, and that left one team with an LMP3 car, and that's kind of pointless having a one-team race. So there's no LMP3 cars. Nick Barnsdale's just offered to stream Football Manager for us in the commentary booth while we're trying to repair the stream. If you want to jump in and go ahead, I'm more than happy to watch Football Manager, mate. I mean, I'm sat in my bed in my dressing gown, so I'm not exactly in the best of states right now. As we wait for the updates from GT Qualifying, I will get the live timing up actually, because I can get the live timing up on my laptop while we're waiting. That's fair enough, Nick. If you don't want to stream Football Manager, that's fair enough. Yeah, again, apologies for being very hungover and not being at my PC. As I said, it's broken. I spilled iron brew in it because the top was off it because the fan broke and it needed ventilation. It's getting fixed. I'm a muppet, I know. I'm trying my best. Ooh, it's too early to discuss this stuff. Come on, Discord, take the time. So anyway, it's the last round of the SimplyMod Endurance Series 2. And so it's been a bit of an interesting season. We had a Silverstone at the start. It was a bit of an interesting round, and we had a Sebring, and that was chaos. And then there was other rounds in there somewhere. There was the last round at Portimao, which was absolutely insane, frankly. It was absolute chaos for the first half an hour to an hour, and then again in the last kind of 10 minutes, absolute scenes. But I can tell you that the drivers at the top of the DPI category in the Seawolf car have won that championship, and the same goes for the Seawolf car at the top of the standings in LMP2. So Seawolf NetRace Motorsports have managed to run away a bit here with a double championship in the DPI and the LMP2. They have managed to clinch the GTE category. That's gone to the number 68 Sim Apex car, I believe. Oh no, wait, apologies. The Sim Apex car can still be caught in this race. That's not quite been sealed yet. But the other two championships are done and dusted, so you want to keep an eye on the GTE today. It's gonna be an event. It's gonna be a lot of jostling position. That 68 car is gonna want to try and get as clean of a race as they can, but obviously it's 12 hours. It's Lemans. We cannot guarantee that whatsoever. So we're gonna be trying our best. Just checking out the live timing here. It appears that no one has set a lap, but I think that is just my laptop being stupid. Yes, I'm going to say that's my laptop being stupid, or it's that people have just. I mean, it is a long track to get an outlap on, so I'm going to assume that's that people have just got out. And unfortunately, our broadcaster's PC is running into some issues, so we're just going to be stuck on this screen for the time being. We don't know whether this is fixable or not, so we're just going to be trying our best for now. And the server is going to be restarted, so apologies to anyone in the game as of current. You may just want to feedback to your drivers that the server is going to be restarted due to a game issue. I'm sure that the timing will pick up where we left off, so everything will just be a little bit later than planned. Obviously, that's an issue here. In sim racing, you don't get such things such as minute damage or mechanical failures in like the gearbox, for example. We do have server issues. It's different issues, so unfortunately that's the problem that we have. if anyone's interested, it's 9 degrees in the air here in virtual Le Mans, 29 degrees on the track because that makes sense. God bless rFactor, God bless ISI Motor 3. Sunny. Obviously, there's no cars out on track because the server's being restarted. I've got a ping. I'm assuming that's saying the server's being restarted. Yes, it is. My laptop's having a moment as well. It's all kicking off here at Ace Racing. We haven't even got started with the race, and it's already chaos. This is doing one better than Portimao, I must say. I'll let you know when the server goes back up. As we sit here and wait. So, I could just do some sponsor shilling. Because, why not? SimplyMod. SimplyMod, they provide modifications to your steering wheel for Thrustmaster wheels, which allows you to. Their main product is essentially enables you to use your phone as a dashboard. So you can attach your phone to the hub of your wheel, and then use an app to turn it into a dashboard for your game. It's very cool. So check them out. I believe their main store's on eBay, so go check them out. Lyft is a lifestyle brand. It's a well-being brand for epic sim races. So go check them out as well. And Sadler Computers running the servers, the absolute kings. Go check them out as well. They're always doing bits for us here at ARL. Now, I'll tell you what, I will tell you what the streaming timetable is so you know who's going to be commentating when, because we do have a streaming timetable somewhere. I just scroll up. And my laptop wants to load because it's stupid. That's not copyright music. That's a custom song. Don't sue us, please, Sony or someone. Wow, my laptop being. See, here's a tip, everybody watching. Do not spill Iron Brew in your PC, because then you have to deal with a stupid laptop that doesn't work, the audio's scuffed, and it's just broken, and it's super slow. It's just pain. Right, where's the second page of this? Because that's when. God, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Here we go. Right. So you're stuck with me for the first 2 hours. Antoni might pop in as well. Then you're alone with Violet for 2 hours. So that should be a good laugh. So I just listened to her. She's a very bubbly commentator, very fun to work with. Shame I can't really work with her. I do have a stint with her. Great. I do like commentating with Violet. It's good fun. And then you have Nick. It's not beer, Nick. It was Iron Brew. It's a soft drink. Shush. Apologies. Just stuff going on in the streamer chat here. And then you have Nick, the man I was just shouting at for 3 hours. So let me just go over the times again. So you've got me for qualifying, so starting 8 minutes ago. And the first hour of the race, Antoni might be popping in for the first hour of the race as well. Then you've got Violet. All these times are in a CET. Then you've got Violet popping in at 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And then Antoni again from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And then Nick from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And myself and Violet, the dream team themselves, from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Then I'm going to presumably go to bed and cry or something about Formula 2. And then you've got Nick again rounding out the race for 3 hours. Robert might drop in as well to help on commentary. Nick Ironbrew is not there. Somehow killed the power supply and the motherboard. I'm an absolute muppet. Talk about Ibrahim Khan because he's one of the drivers that's come off on my live timing because the server's still not happy with everything. Ibrahim Khan, he's been he knows his way around the one. He was in the GTR 24 here. He's very well established driver of the series. Seems like the server is everyone's kind of slowly filtering back into the server according to my live timing. So I'm just going to check the announcements. Yep, the server is back up now, so everyone's going to be filtering back in. Hopefully, I'm assuming they're just going to give it a few minutes before they jump into qualifying in order to not disadvantage anyone who's slow in joining the server. And it appears that we might be able to have a fix for the stream, so we should have the stream back with you shortly. So I'm just gonna. So the people jumping in and qualifying will be the people doing the first stint of the race. So typically they are the faster of the drivers in your teams. So in the 420 Pride car, which is the DPI, we've got Peter Ladas, we've got Ibrahim Khan, the legend himself, big up Wagwan Ibrahim Khan in the 911 Seawolf car. Darius Andres heading up the 64 Sim Apex front. Then we've got Benjamin Gilsinki, who I remember just dominated at Sebring, the first race I commentated over in the championship, in the 42 Seawolf car in the DPI category. Then we've got Daniel Krasnell in the OSR number 80 Ferrari GT. Sean Jacobs heading up the Speedy Mite 51 car in the GT category. Robert Dubal is in the Orica LMP2 number 23 MPL. Max Janssen is heading up that 68 Sim Apex Attack. Now, the Sim Apex cars, obviously the 68 is leading the championship, and Max Janssen is a very capable driver. It's all about whether they can keep it on the road. If they can keep it on the road, they'll do well. They've got one hand on this trophy, or virtual trophy. We don't have an actual trophy. We're not that impressive. So we're going to try our very best. I've just got some ping through from our broadcaster. I'm a bit confused about what that is, and it doesn't work on my phone anyway. Where was I? Yes, the 68 Seal car is still practice at the moment, and the server hasn't restarted. But anyway, and then we've got Kamil Jabionski in the Justo 29 LMP2. Linus Lundvall, another very quick driver in the Seawolf 46 LMP2. Michael Wozniak in the 991 Porsche Seawolf car. My live timing is having a glitch. No, it's not changing. It's just my laptop being absolutely stupid. So, moving on. We have Alex Tunbridge in the DDoS car, Porsche. I would have been in the DDoS Ferrari, but I'm not on the DDoS Ferrari because my PC is broke because I'm an idiot, as Nick will happily let me know. Everyone's waking up and I'm getting pinged to my phone. My phone is going to die so quickly, and my headphones as well. Dear Christ. I might have to switch over to another pair of headphones later. Apologies. It's not, I'm telling you, it's not ideal when you spill Iron Brew in your PC. Don't do it. I wouldn't advise it, because now I have to, I mean, at least it's Cyber Monday, but I definitely have to pay for a new power supply. My mate might have a motherboard lying around. Probably going to have to pay for a new GPU. Everything else should be fine. Please let everything else be fine. Oh yeah, anyway, yeah, Alex Tunbridge, DDoS Racing, they're very quick in that Porsche, so we'll let that happen. I've just been delivered a bacon sandwich by my brother, legend. Thank you very much, my son. Oh, quality, look at that. Oh, that was amazing. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, this is exactly what I needed. You use the 12 hours of Lemans, and you can have 12 hours of Ross McIntyre talking about bacon. Anyway, following on from Tamas Rist, we've got the MPL 23 LMP2, Jack Smith and the Nova number 50 LMP2. Oh, live timing. Nope, still practice. Gergo Kovacs in the number 70752 LMP2. Then we've got Cameron Sansano in the Speedy Mite 71, the second Speedy Mite GTE car. They were rapid last time out in Portsmouth, but they didn't actually end up winning. And I do have confirmation from our broadcaster that we have a fix for the stream, so we should be getting qualifying any second now. Hopefully. I can see the screen. Yeah, there we go. And we are live. Welcome to the 12 hours of morning, everybody. Oh, that's a mid sandwich. Where was I? We should be in qualifying at this point. But my live timing still says practice, so I'm going to assume we're going to qualifying in a moment. Who can I talk about? Who's a good driver? I already mentioned Benjamin Gilsinky, didn't I? It was quite a display at Sebring. He was just banging in fastest lap after fastest lap as we headed into the night. After I got taken out by the random racing car. Should not be giving him for that. So apologies for the RF2 related problems, being the classic RF2. We've fixed it, as you can just see. We're just kind of waiting for qualifying to get underway. And I can really get into the gist of things. I believe Antoni will be joining me for the start of the race. Hopefully he will anyway. If anyone has any questions in the stream live chat, do not be afraid to ask them. I'm your friend. If you want any sports results from live sports, from any sport you want, any homework you need help with, I'm happy to assist. I've just spilt bacon in the bed. Anyway, we can see here Sean Jacobson is speeding like Ferrari. Now, a question from our residential Nick Barnsdale. Who's going to win every class and wise at Sim Apex? Good question. I'm just going to eat this bacon and then I'll tell you. Now, Sim Apex, right? Very competent team. Got good drivers. They are probably the most iconic team in ARL. And yeah, they're just good, aren't they? Not to win every class, but that 68 junior car that they've got in the GT is on track to win the championship, so keep an eye on them in the GT category. But yeah, if anyone has any homework they want me to help with, be my guest. I did help one Ernest Lappins with his chemistry homework the other night, which I could actually do because I'm older than him, so I remembered how to do it from like my lesson like a year or two ago. I'm assuming the qualifying will start by now, but I might just ask in the Discord, which I believe is in the description below if you haven't joined it. Come join the Discord. I will help you with your 4-page... Wait, what's your 4-page essay on? What subject? I've run out of bacon. Damn it. That's a shame. Right here, still in practice with Robert Dubai. Race and gender, that's actually a very interesting topic, and there is actually a study in terms of gender and sex. There's actually a study which showed that typically in FPSs, that if you're female, if you're of a lower quality, your male counterparts will speak more aggressively to you and be, oh, you're bad. But if you're of a higher quality in the game, they'll be more respectful to you than if you're a man. It's actually very interesting. It shows the gender inequality that happens in the gaming stratosphere. It's a very male, much a very male-oriented market, as is with motorsport as well. Motorsport, I can simply say, a lot of people ask why there's no women in motorsport, and it's simply because that it's just got more of a male fan base. I feel like that's not me being rude. I've been to many races in my 16 years on this earth, and I can tell you that I've seen a lot more men than women. It's just that men have more of an interest in cars. That's how it is. And trust me, I am possibly one of the most equality-driven people you will meet, and I will tell you that it is not a case of women. They may certainly be disadvantaged in picking engineering courses for university, for example, but in terms of actual motorsport themselves, it's just that men have more of an interest in cars. I mean, I would say the same for horses, but men also have an interest in horses because they give them money. So that's a very netball. That's a very female-oriented sport. Anytime. See, I'm here to provide the commentary for the race. I'm here to provide information for your 4-page essay. I'm here to provide everything. I believe that qualifying has actually got underway now. Yes, it has. Thank you. I've just been informed it has. Brilliant. So, I'll stop my rambling about gender inequality. We've got 45 minutes until the GTE qualifying. So a bit of longer qualifying here, just for the sake of, well, you know, it's a long lap here, so you want to be able to get more laps in. So instead of your usual 20 minutes, it's going to be 40 minutes worth of qualifying, followed by obviously the 5-minute warm down where you can finish a lap and get back to the pits, and then we've got another 40 minutes worth of LMP2 and DPI running. Here, the DPI should be again in a class of their own, as they were at Portimao. Hopefully we won't see too much mixing between the categories. So excuse me yawning. Like I said, it's 12 past 10 where I am here. I'm hungover. I've just had a bacon sandwich. My laptop's dying. That's not ideal. I'm in a bit of a state, but we're going to fight through it anyway, because that's what good commentators do. On the subject of commentary, I'm not going to be doing it for the F3 season, because I'm going to be in it, but for any of you that are uninformed, Ace Racing League, we also run a Formula 3 championship that is just announced they're going to be starting back up again with the RSS Formula 2 car. When I say so myself, it's bloody brilliant. It's probably one of my favourite cars in sim. I love Formula 2. I love sim racing, so mix the two together with a well-renowned mod team, and it's great. I love it. It's fantastic to drive. I've probably got myself a seat with my friend. It's going to be great, even though I'm terrible. Everyone from Formula Trouts rocked up and decided they want to race. We're going to get absolutely dunked on by them lot. It's going to be absolutely great. So if you fancy coming along and you don't know how to find the Discord, you can go watch one of the old Formula 3 streams on the Ace Racing League channel, or you can join the Endurance League. Send me a DM. My name on it is Ross, and then in inverted commas, Commentary Jesus McIntyre. Send me a DM and go, yo, my man, my driller slime, Commentary Jesus, would you mind sending me a link to the Formula 3 server, my slime? And I'll go, yeah, sure, boss, and send you a link, and you can come along and join. So please do that. It'd be great to have people along. We had a mini series over the summer in rFactor 2 that was good fun to watch. Connor Peltman's went and dominated that, winning, and he's still not shut up about it, bless him. If you're watching this, Connor, how are you doing, son? Please don't remove my drive next season. I love you, really. So yeah, so here we are, qualifying. Hour and 25 minutes to go before we get into the race. Race obviously now delayed. It was scheduled to start, I believe. Oh Christ, my headphones are dying. That's not ideal. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take a very brief break. Well, take these off and turn these off and then plug my Apple headphones in. If you'll just excuse me for about 2 seconds.
returned. I'm back now. Not really much else to say, is there? Apart from I'm back. Sorry if the microphone quality is different. Sorry if anything's different. It is a different set of headphones. My wireless ones have gone flat because I fell asleep with them on last night, so they're not charged. So I'm just going to try and plug them in. Apologies, I'm not doing actually that much commentary on the race or qualifying, which is not actually very good of me. Apologies. Plug those in. Right, we are set to go. Back on the bed. Right, here we are. What was I saying? Something about Formula... oh, yeah, the race start. Yeah, it was supposed to start at 1. Obviously, we've had this delay from the server, so I'm not quite sure when it's going to start. I assume in a couple minutes after 1 is my best guess. So, yeah, there's that. Let's have a look at the live timing. Currently sitting on top of the standing is Michael Wozniak in the Seawolf GTE in the Porsche. Now, I do have some information which is quite interesting. The Porsche is about a second, typically, is about a second a lap quicker than the Ferrari around here. But, and that's a but with a capital B, it's a very important but, the Ferrari can go an extra lap on fuel. And when I say extra, I mean easily. We were discussing this in the team I was going to be driving for. We were discussing whether to go LMP3 or GTE. The Porsche can just about make 14 laps if you fuel save. The Ferrari can easily make 15. So over the course of 12 hours, you're going to save yourself a stint. So what I'd expect you to see is you'll see the Porsches all basically pissing off at the front of the track. But keep your eye, because in a couple hours' time, suddenly, they're going to be behind the Ferraris because they're a stint down. So keep your eye on the GTE battle. Good question. How many code 80 do they get or not? Yeah, first of all, good luck with these solo comms, Violet or Ellie or whoever you are typing that as at the moment. I'm glad to be joining you later on this evening. Should be a blast. In terms of how many code 80s, it's Lemans, so many is your only answer. As we just continue to go around. Now, obviously, it's a long old lap here at Le Mans, so just keep your eye on it. So I'm just going to go back onto, I've got another ping from the announcements channel. Oh, that's just the stream going live. Never mind. If you're new to joining us here at Age Racing, drop us a subscribe. Smash that fat like button. We really appreciate it. And good to hear from you, Ellie. Yeah, I hope I'll be enjoying commentating with you later. 15-minute lap record, of course. It is a long old lap. I mean, it's not quite Nordschleife levels or that. The Targa Floria, I think it was called, was the one that was literally the entire just going around the outside of Sicily. Not quite the Isle of Man TT circuit, which does have a name. I forget it. Research it. And the first thing that comes up when you search that is deaths. Christ, that's very depressing. It's called the Mountain Course. Mountain Circuit, there you go. That's literally the entirety of the Isle of Man. Want to go there one day. My granddad used to race motorbikes. So, yeah, so that should be an event. Oh, we've got a new mic. Very nice. And, oh, God, Connor Peltman, the man himself. You just missed my my monologue about you, Connor. About how you won't shut up about the fact that you bloody won the last season. We get it. I'm joking. It was a joke. Please don't hurt me. Right. Let me actually do some commentary and qualifying before I get off track again. There's bits of bread all over my bed. I'm so quick. I'm so slick. I'm rhyming. But I don't even know it. I'm a poet and I don't even know it. Here we are, and Ibrahim Khan is currently dominating their timesheets like the madman he is. Solid 5/10 up on the next car in the Speedy Mike Ferrari. That may just be the Porsche advantage. He's currently sat in the pits, but he's actually slower in the first sector than Sean Jacobs in the Speedy Mike Ferrari by 0.2. But he's faster in the other sectors, and that's where it matters. So yeah, that's there you go. So keep an eye out for Ferrari dive bombs into the Dunlop chicane if they're quicker through that segment of corners. I tell you what I'd love right now. I'd love another bacon sandwich. I wonder if my mum would do something for me. Oh, a cup of tea would be really good as well. God. Oh, yeah, Connor, what happened in F2? I only caught the first half, now I had to leave to come do commentary. What actually happened? I saw Armstrong running one, Schumacher going past. Could you inform me what happened? As we're on here with Edgar de Reek. I can't read. I thought that was a U. I'm starting to think I might be slightly dyslexic, to be honest. As we're following him round, currently P13. Oh God, Connor, I'll give you a monologue. Connor Pelkman's the Ace Racing League Formula 3 Summer Mini Series champion, the god himself, the driver creator of Volpino Racing, one of the finest new teams on the grid in the world of virtual sim racing. He is a god among men. He's feared by all people in Canada and all people outside of Canada. You mention the word Canada and all that comes to your head is the word Connor Peltmans. And it's just terrifying. I scream his name in my sleep and my mum comes into my room going, "Who is Connor Peltmans?" And I tell her, "You do not want to understand the fear that sets into your heart as you look in your mirror and you see that Sim Apex car with the number 26 on the front coming at you. Connor Peltmans is the most terrifying human being ever to exist. Oh God, Connor Peltmans, please don't hurt me." Thank you. That was a good monologue. I'm proud of it. Oh, Djokovic done it. Okay. Schumacher fourth. I think that means Schumacher's won the title then. Oh, no, I look second. Maybe not. Sorry, I do love F2. I kind of almost like it more than F1, to be honest. It's better, in my opinion, it's better racing, and the driver championship is more interesting because, you know, people move up, don't they? Apart unless your name's Nick de Vries, for some reason. Good was particularly strong last year, though. I'll keep going if you want, Nick. No, still here with Edgar. Still, you know, churning around. Coming up to, I believe that's Indianapolis. That's not Indianapolis, that's corner after it. I'll get the corner names up. I do actually vaguely know the corner names for Lemans, which is actually a start for me, because I didn't know them for Sebring. I didn't commentate on the Silverstone. I know them ish for Spa. I didn't know them at all for Portimao. But I do know them for Le Mans. I know there's the Dunlop chicane, Mulsanne corner. There's Tetra Rouge, which is that right-hander. There's the chicanes. There's Indianapolis. That's Arnage. Okay. And then there's the Porsche curves as well. Oh yeah, there's the S's do karting because that's just next to the kart track. I know that. Yeah, cool. See, I do know stuff. Alex Tunbridge and the DDoS Porsche. Absolutely churning the laps in. Go on, Tom. Ibrahim Khan still sitting pretty on top of the timing sheets. That being said, someone's just banged in a purple middle sector in a Ferrari as Cameron Sansano in the Speedy My car. So keep an eye on that. It's a 92nd. Oh my word, that's a ridiculous middle sector in a GTE car. Coming out of Mulsanne corner, Alex Tunbridge chasing down a Sim Apex Ferrari there, I think. From the livery, I'm not quite, no, it's not, it's some car. And Cameron Sansano goes third with that lap with the purple middle sector. That's a very, very rapid lap time, and he immediately teleports to the pits. That's fair enough. I mean, to put this into context, the Ibrahim Khan's current pole lap for the GT category, or provisional pole anyway, is the only lap time in the 3-minute 50s. It's 3-minute 50.758. Next up is Sean Jacobs with a 3-minute 51.2, and it's all a bit close. I say that Sean Jacobs, Max Jansen's just done Sean Jacobs dirty. Has just come in with a 51.163. Sorry, Sean, commentator's curse a bit there. To put it into context, currently they're not last on the grid, but the last car to set a lap time. The man we were just watching, Edgar de Rick. I can't pronounce Dutch pronunciated surnames. I speak German, not Dutch. in the Royal Racing Ferrari number 91. It's at 57.6. That's 7 seconds slower than Ibrahim Khan. That's quite a big gap. So just keep your eye on that. And Sean Jacobs has responded by setting a purple first sector. Now we've got something on our hands. Oh, I've not been keeping on their voice chat. Sorry. Oh god, you want a Stein monologue? I'll give Stein a monologue. The horror from Holland, they call him, is the it's the terrifying Stein Prince, the Sim Apex, sexy sex. Yeah, he's a bit of a beast. Stein Prince, he'll mess you up if you one time at Silverstone in the F3. I can't drive F3 cars. I've discovered I hate them. And in the one race I did in the F3 Championship, he overtook me on the straight like I was a sitting duck. That wasn't because I had my front wing on like 20 billion degrees. It was because he's so quick. He's so quick that he's fast on the straights as well. He just magically summons his car to go fast on the straights to Stein Prince. He's literally the goddess of yeah. He's amazing. Go subscribe to Ace Racing League. Oh yeah, I killed Connor Peltmans. If anyone wants to hear that story of how I murdered Connor Peltmans and then Connor called me a cuck, probably, I don't know, I don't really remember it. I just remember being extremely pissed off and then eating my pizza in sadness. God, I'm such a good commentator, aren't I? Word of advice, don't have a heavy drinking session the night before. So anyway, still with Ibrahim Khan, who's on provisional pole in the GTE category. I did use the brakes, Connor. I just didn't use them enough. Alright, I'm sorry. Look, we all died. I was running third. Pain. I hated that car anyway. I'm not the biggest fan of Alalunga. I'm not good around, like, traditional circuits. Bro, you won the mini-series. Be quiet. The best result I got in AR and F3 was probably, like, 8th. I'm just bad in F3 cars. Back on the topic of Ibrahim Khan, the legend himself. He's doing laps right now. This isn't going to turn into a Spa, unfortunately. You're not going to get much of the Ibrahim Khan sponsored Ace Racing League in the corner of the screen. This is the SimplyMod Endurance Series, not the Ibrahim Khan Endurance Series. Yeah, good luck to everyone involved. GTR2 driver in the YouTube chat has just reminded me to say good luck to all the competitors involved in today's race. It's 12 hours. Last time out, it's one of the races. Mika Hakimi's. It escapes me who was running with, but I remember that they were running very well and then had to retire because the driver had an internet issue, and that is gutting. It's disappointing when you have that. Ibrahim Khan teleporting back to the pits, which you're not allowed to do. There's a Ferrari just kind of rolling back through the pits for reasons which I'm not very sure about. As we continue to, I've just received a picture of a tree from my mate for some reason. I'm very confused. Oh, there's so much going on. My head's minging. It's a nightmare. Max Jansen, Sim Apex 68, leading the championship. They know they've got one hand on the trophy, and it's close. It is very, very close. Now, according to the YouTube chat, there are 3 drivers who can do a 49 around here in the GTEs. That's impressive. I mean, if it was in the LMP2s, the DPIs, that's not impressive at all. That's actually a bit appalling. I could probably do better than that. And my total amount of laps around Lemans equates to about 4. But 49, that's a very impressive lap. We haven't seen anyone. I mean, I assume that'll be with a rubbered-in track, which we don't have at the moment. But we'll see what happens. The fastest lap at the moment belongs to Sean Jacobs, who's dislodged Ibrahim Khan. He managed to challenge the Titan in that Seawolf car and managed to rip it away from him. And yeah, he's got a 50.580. Apology if you can hear my brother shouting at the background. I can hear him shouting. He is about 10, so if even that. Anyway, let's go through the commentary timetable again, shall we? Yeah, looks like Antoni isn't rocking out, which is fair enough. But if he doesn't arrive, that's fair enough as well. So I'm here until now into the race, then I'm firing off. We've got Violet coming in. Oh, I believe she said Ellie actually earlier, but that might just be in the YouTube channel. Apologies. I can't quite remember. Still hungover, not in a good state. Then they're going to be commentating for 2 hours, and you've got Antoni alone for 2 hours, then Nick for 3 hours, who's going to be doing some absolute bits. I might jump in a bit early if I fancy it, because frankly, after I've eaten my dinner, it's just going to be beer and commentary, isn't it? So might jump in with Nick for a bit, and it's going to be me and Violet again together, and then Nick's going to be rounding up the race, doing some madness. I'm just going to be watching. I might jump in the voice chat and just stay quiet, but yeah, there you go. That's the commentary lineup. It's going to be a madness, boys and girls and others. Going to be a madness. Anyway, back onto the stream. Come on, how the headphones are doing. Here's Yao Gabriel with a 50.5. I believe that's the fastest lap time. Yeah, it is. My phone screen's very small, you see. I can't see it at all. Especially not in this stage. We have had some offers to come and commentate. Anyone wants to jump in the commentary booth? If anyone wants to jump in the commentary booth for the start of the race, you're welcome to. Typing noises. Back onto the stream. Just a message to Darius Andre. If you want to crash before Connor Peltmans wakes up and make him very angry, that would be really funny. So when Connor Peltmans gets back, let's all pretend this isn't a fair few hours, but let's just put the seed in everyone's mind. Let's all pretend that Darius has crashed and rolled it, and he's actually killed his virtual driver. That's how bad it is. We've had to we've lowered all the flags at the circuit to half-mast out of respect, because his virtual driver's had like some piece of metal go through his head, and he's dead. That's how bad he crashed, and that will make Connor Peltmans angry, and that will be funny, I think. The last time I saw Connor Peltmans angry was when I killed him at Vallelunga, which was fair enough. I hate that first corner. It's literally the worst braking zone in existence, and then you got dirty air on it as well. Painful. Excuse me, still tired. It's very tight for P2 at the moment. Max Janssen is still got about 3/10 on the next driver in the Symmetric 68, so that's a good start for them. Especially given like the Porsche's actually faster around here. But for the second, third, and fourth, they are covered by about a 10th. That is very, very close. In fact, it's not even a 10th. It is half a 10th. That is extremely close from Sean Jacobs, Ibrahim Khan, and Daniel Kresnel. All in different teams. They've got the Speed White 51 Ferrari, the Porsche Seawolf, and then the OSR Ferrari again. That's very, very close. So keep your eye on that battle, because as the session goes on, everybody is going to improve. Excuse my yawning again. I am still lying in bed with a jumper. My breakfast was a bowl of Weetabix and a bacon sandwich, so I've not been very well fed. I mean, as much as I love a bacon sandwich, it was quite small, to be honest. I'm still quite hungry, to be honest. Yeah. But Cameron Sansano, who was running very well early on, is currently stuck on he's a second slower than P4. So it seems that in the GT category, we've got 4 drivers or 4 teams who are out and away. So the quickest squad out here. And then we have everyone else kind of running in the 5th ones. And then there's a 1.2 second gap between 6th and 7th. That's So we have got a bit of a mid pack and then a bit of a back pack. Kevin Leitch's in the 360 Ferrari is 1.2 seconds back as well off his rival ahead. It's leaps and bounds. It's leaps and bounds. That's all I'll say. As I lie in my bed, it's dark, it's cold, my head hurts, it's throbbing. And someone's jumped in. It's Santu Engvist. And he's muted, but we've got Santu here. That's nice of him. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Bye, Santu. Well, that was eventful. As we are carrying around with a Philippe Henrique. That's a fantastic name, if I do say so myself. P12 at the moment, or is it P17 even? No, it is P12, it's car number 17. Apologies. Go around, coming up to Indianapolis. Oh no, which is a very tricky corner. It's actually really nice if you get it just right. Also, he's in a Corvette, which is, I believe, one of the only Corvettes we've got in the field, if not the only Corvette. So very, very much a strong favour towards the Ferrari and the Porsche in this championship, which is fair enough because the Ferrari and Porsche are the quickest cars by a country mile. Yep, currently residing in P12. In fact, the Corvette is so new that it doesn't even have a name on the live timing. It's just 444. I believe the Brazilian racing team are not running the... Oh no, they are! Go on, lads! The Brazilian racing team, the number 18, which is my number, bastards, are running the BMW. My beloved BMW, which is not that good to drive in RF2. It's heavy. I know all the GT cars are equal weight. It's heavy in the term that it's the largest car, so it has the most weight spread out over the most area, so therefore it's just a bit of a lump to drive. But I love that car. It's good fun to drive. I spent ages making bad setups for it. It's great. Don't take that away from me, please. Just let me have this one thing in my life. As we have Philippe Henrique coming into the last chicane. He's going to get it slowed down. Yes, he can. So, oh no, he can't. I lied. Straight over the gravel and back into the pits. And that was that. There's a Porsche there coming out, but I thought it was him because that is still a livery, but it's not him. Coming to the 4 chicanes, I thought he had it slowed down enough. No, he didn't, just bouncing straight over the gravel. And here is the number 444, Maximilian Hertz. I appear to have got myself mixed up. And the Corvette is labelled as a Corvette, not Holland. It's the 444 Porsche that we're currently viewing that appears to not have a skin. I don't know if that's a problem with the server or they haven't provided one. That is without a name on the live timing. Maximilian Hertz is currently... I mean, they've got a skin down the bottom right, so I assume that's a problem with the server. That should be fixed when the race and it reloads itself. Currently in 12th place. Only 2 tenths off 11th, who in turn is right on the back of 10th, as the server has a moment. So we could realistically make some places if they manage to put a lap in. Obviously, it's a long qualifying here, and you're only allowed 1 driver in the car for qualifying as per the Ace Racing League rulebook. And then that driver also has to start the race. So, you know, if they're running longer stints, which you'd expect because it's Le Mans, you want to keep your pit stop times to a minimum, especially over 12 hours. If you're running longer stints, because obviously driver change, they take time. Excuse me. You will see these drivers, you know, in the car for 2, maybe even 3 hours. That's a very long time. And when you put in qualifying, yeah, in GT, obviously they're going to have a break to go off and have a wee and have a drink of the non-alcoholic kind, hopefully, and you know, do any other needs that they must. But you know, in the DPI category, they've got maximum 15 minutes between qualifying and the race, which may be shortened due to the server delay. So in fact, we could probably jump just straight in. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. I can tell you now that Sean Jacobs still on the pole, but Max Janssen set a purple first sector and then gone yellow in the middle sector. So keep an eye on that lap time. He's only 1.5 tenths off of Ibrahim Khan, who in turn is 3 tenths off Sean Jacobs in the lead. That's we remember. Please do excuse me. I'm so sorry. Those Speedy Mike Ferraris are rapid in qualifying and the start phases of the race, and then actually in Sebring, I remember correctly, they managed to hold on to it very well and they won. But in Portimao, they basically just fell off a cliff. They were out the front leading. One of them had a spin, several spins actually. No, wrong car. Thinking of the wrong car. Apologies. One of them span, not that much, and yeah, and then the other one just kind of fell off the pace of it, which is a bit unfortunate. And you know what else is unfortunate? The lack of LMP3 cars. It's so sad that no one wanted to drive an LMP3. I feel a bit sad, to be honest. I feel a bit hard done by, but in those scenarios, what can you do? Oh, I've got an update. If anyone's interested, for Christmas, I am going to cop a cheeky new microphone, a proper microphone from Rode. It's a USB microphone, so it's not going to have don't need like a musical interface or anything like that. Though I would like one of those as well to make music. But I'm going to have a new microphone, so I should be sounding significantly better. Because as much as we love Apple commentary, it's Apple headphones are not the best quality. They're really uncomfortable in my ears, and the microphone's a bit pants. And my wireless microphone could definitely be better. I mean, at least I've got one. The previous pair of headphones I had of those, which actually broke because I'm a muppet again. I like breaking electronics, don't I? They didn't have a microphone in them at all, so better than nothing, I suppose. And here is the legends themselves, Brazilian racing team, that Braun-esque livery in the BMW. Go on, boys! No, I'm totally not biased towards that car and that team. So nothing to anyone else, but I just absolutely adore the BMW. I'm so glad that there's a car still running it. As they head into the second Mulsanne chicane. I know the Speedy might got 1 to import now, did they? Oh yeah, they did. It's too early in the morning. I'm telling you, my brain's still not awake. I'm lying in bed. I think I'm asleep. It's 10:42. I'm not even like alive at this point. Usually in the morning, I'm usually comatose. I must be thinking of another car then. I'm having a mare. Apologies to everyone watching. It's really poor for me. Oh, God alive. Has anyone ever told you how comfy your bed is when you're tired and hungover? It's the best thing ever. Back on subject. Yes, the BMW, which I'm totally not biased towards, absolutely pounding it down Mulsanne, coming into that is the Mulsanne corner. Through Mulsanne, nope, I lied, that's Indianapolis. I thought he was earlier than he was around the track. Coming into Arnage, look at that beam, look how graceful it looks coming through. It looks absolutely sexy as all hell with the Brazilian sponsorship on the side, absolutely banging the exit of that corner on the way to the Porsche curves. Porsche, who needs a Porsche when you've got a BMW? The best GTE car ever invented. Please don't leave me. I know it's big, but it looks beautiful. It drives beautiful. It sounds beautiful. It's amazing. Best GTE car ever invented. And I'm sad they're the only team running it. My team drops out because we were bad. And we didn't have the time. And we all hated each other. That's a mandatory. Oh! Bit of a wall tap and a bit of a wobble there from Vitu Jonu. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I don't speak Portuguese. Coming through the Porsche curves. Looks to be okay. There's a yellow in sector 1. I'm just going to keep an eye on him. Ibrahim Khan set purple middle sector. Where is he? He's set greens all the way round. And he was green last time as well. Those brake discs glowing, showing the roaring, mighty power. Never mind, he's coming to the bits. Mate, you are up on your lap. You were up on your lap. Did you not have a delta up? You were up. You could have just teleported back to the pit. Oh, unless he had damage, which makes sense. Yeah, he did tap that wall. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Jan Veenstra in the Ferrari. In the DC racing car, which I mistakenly took for a symmetric car earlier. Apologies for that. Coming into the final chicane, Abraham Khan's just gone on provisional pole, but Sean Jacobs was set purple first sector and then gone immediately back to the pits. I believe that we have about 10 minutes of qualifying left, so keep your eye on that. So what did everyone get for Black Friday? Just wondering. I bought FIFA in the Master Chief collection. I'm sorry, Sim Race Brazil. I do not speak Portuguese. Me no hable inglés. No wait, that's English. Me no hable Português. I think I can speak a bit of German, like the smallest amount of French in the world. I can do regional dialects from England if you want me to, and the UK, but that's it. I can also say one word in Japanese. I should know music terminology for Arabic music, because I do music, but I don't, because I'm lazy. Back on it then! Jan Veenstra, roaring down the Mulsanne, coming into the first gate. There's a Porsche in the background. He's going to smash on the brakes. 200 metres. Not even that. That's 100 metres. No, that was 300 metres. There's a turning in. Bang the first curb. Bang the second curb. It's really awkward corner. You've got to take a really early apex. Bang the third curb. Back onto the straight. Fuel mix up to the maximum. Qualifying fuel mix. Roaring down the straight. Oh, my head, man. He's absolutely flying, Jan Veenstra. Is he flying? I'm not sure. Where is he? Yeah, he is flying. He's set a green first sector. So I'm not stupid. Woo! Coming into the second Mulsanne now. Right, flying through there. He's got a good luck going on here. There's 3 Brazilian cars. There's 3 Brazilian cars? Oh, Van Hollen's a Brazilian team. Okay. Well, there's one team called literally called Brazilian Racing, which is why I refer to them as Team Brazil. If there's 2 other Brazilian cars, fair enough. I don't speak Portuguese, and I'm not very good with, putting places to names. Like, I know, like, my name's Ross, like, obviously that's a Scottish name, but if you've got a Russian name or something, I could probably put it down to somewhere in Eastern Europe. I wouldn't know exactly where. So the Holland team is Brazilian. Okay, fair enough. And then there's another Brazilian team as well. Okay, there's 2 Holland cars. Philippe Henrique is driving one of them. My man Philippe in the Corvette. So there's 2 Brazilian teams. Okay, good on you, lads. Big up the lads from Brazil. If you're from Brazil, give us a wave in the chat. Big up. Love you down there. Because we're here with the Seawolf Porsche, the second Seawolf Porsche, which is actually running a bit, to say the least. You'd expect them to be right up there with my man Ibrahim Khan, but they're not. They're down in P6. They're 2.6 seconds off the pace. So actually, Ibrahim Khan has managed to squeeze into a very low 49 now. So the track's starting to come alive. The cars will be starting to come alive now. 8 seconds. That's how far down the last car is. Oh my word, that is a big gap. I'm sure they could put in a lap time, surely. Even quite. It's coming up to the end of qualifying, so I assume everyone will be sticking the last set of tyres on now. As Jan Veenstra just bangs in a new lap. PB, P7. Only 0.6 off P6 in the car that we're viewing now. Yeah, I'd assume that if people are happy with the lap, then they're happy. People like and Ibrahim Khan's got 7/10, so then there is little point in going out there. People, who else? João Gabriel in the one of the Holland Brazilian cars, the team I'm not too sure on. Oh no, Jan Feenstra even has that gap. Jan Feenstra in the DC Racing Ferrari has 1.5 seconds to the car behind and 7/10 to the car in front. So he could just sit pretty in the pits unless the track evolution is really quite strong. I don't know, Nick Barnsdale spoke Portuguese. Is that actual Portuguese or is that Google Translate, Nick? As we continue to lap here, up the Circuit de la South. Been pinged on Discord. Coming into the end of his lap now in the Cemal car, Michael Wozniak. Oh, touching the grass there. Bit of wobble, that might ruin his lap. He's not been up this lap either, so I'd assume we'd see him coming into the pits. Maybe for a quick dash of fuel or a change of tyres, or he might be out going again. Ignore the graphic down the bottom, that is incorrect. He has not been green this lap. He's still going around, still going to try and finish the lap. And it's 3 minute 50.9. That has improved him. It's a very good last sector from Mikhail. He managed to get himself a place. That's a very strong final sector. The first two were yellow, and then the final sector was green. That's a very strong final sector. It was in the 102s, I think. 102 seconds, that is, not 1 minute and 2 seconds. It's a very, very strong lap there from Wozniak, putting that second Cemal car up into 5th position, only 2/10 off 4th as well. You would have time to head out and just yank another lap in, I reckon. So, expect to see most people out. Ibrahim Khan's out. And Sean Jacobs out. I'd expect to see Max Janssen coming out shortly. Yeah, Mikhail Wozniak, who we just talked about, comes out. Over here, Felipe Henrique's out as we're watching him now. There's Kevin Weiches in P16. He's got a bit of ground to make up in that 360 racing car, but no, he's one of those things. He might just not have strung a lap together. It's unfortunate, you know. Sometimes that happens. Happens with me all the time. Not that I can't string laps, I'm just bad, but you know, sometimes you just can't string laps together. You know, best example in real life, Lewis Hamilton at Imola in Formula 1 this year. You know, top of every session, coming into in the final qualifying session, and then gets to the car, and I believe the quote was the lap was dog shit, I think he said. Something along those lines. Yeah, it was it was a perfectly viable lap, and he ended up winning the race. But, you know, in the heat of the moment, when you're angry with yourself, you know the time is there, and you've just made those mistakes. So, it's a tough thing to deal with, but hello Joey. How you doing, lad? Kevin Watches, cool, and Kevin Watches is just coming round the back end of the circuit into a big bobble over the curves there into the Porsche curve. That's not the Porsche curves, apologies. Coming into the Ford chicanes. And he's just going to bounce over these curbs. Bang. Into the second chicane. Manages to get it slowed down. Bouncing over the curbs using all the track and then some. It should be allowed though, I believe. Crossing the line, nothing. Well, must have been an outlap then. My apologies. Into the pits. Here's the BMW Brazilian racing team. Now, just now, we're just going to take a very, very brief commercial break and be back with you shortly. I'm going to use it to go to the toilet and get a cup of tea. Yeah, we'll be back shortly after the commercial break, so just stay tuned for this, and we should be back with the DPI and LMP2 category of qualifying.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to qualifying. All the laps should have been set, so I assume what we'll be seeing is the back end of this BMW's lap. Either that or he's coming into the pits, because the GTE qualifying has ended, and yet we can see it going straight on into the pits. That's not the pits, I lied. Doesn't get it slowed down for the chicane anyway. It is the pits, I was right. Doesn't get it slowed down for the chicane anyway. And all the GTE field coming in, because any second now you will see the prototypes coming out, and there you are. That's an LMP2 car heading out, and DPRs will be heading out as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be leaving the pits just yet, but they will. So you're waiting at the pit exit, which will cool your tyres down, but also cold tyres don't exist in rFactor really, so it doesn't particularly matter in that sense of things. Oh no, there's Peter Ladess out in the Pride Racing car. So they are heading out. Fair enough. Guess the green flag was flown. 47 minutes left on the clock of qualifying, and we're away. There's a yellow 6-1 apparently, but I assume that's just for a slow-going car coming out of the pits, because obviously the game cannot determine what is an incident and what is just a car. If there's a car going slowly, it doesn't know if it's just about the pits or if it's a properly slow-going car. So is what it is, unfortunately. And now the DPRs should be quicker than the LMP2s by a solid piece of gap. But just keep your eye, because it could be quite close, because judging by the rate that DPR is catching the LMP2, it's not actually that bad. It must be actually closer than I suspected, so yeah, keep your eye on it. And let's see what happens. Into the final chicane comes Darius Andre. He won. Oh no, he didn't win last time. Apologies. He was competitive last night in Portimao. That's not the Dunlop chicane. That is the Dunlop chicane, not the final chicane. Drifting a bit through the Dunlop curves. And then again, getting a bit of a wiggle on, heading into Tetra Rouge. It was pretty wide up there. I assume he just touched the grass on the way into or the exit of the curves. We just managed to keep it going. Obviously a purple sector there. They are the fastest category. They are going to be selling purple sectors here at ARL. That's how we do things. The GTE category goes up first, and the LMP category and the DPI category both go at the same time second. So that is an advantage of your GTE cars. You don't have to deal with the slower car. Well, I mean, partially because you are the slowest class, but you don't have to go with another car, so you don't have to deal with anyone getting in the way or overtaking you and potentially ruining your lap time. As we head round, Kamil Jablonski here, coming into the Porsche curves. As you can see, big letters on the ground say Porsche, just in case you didn't get the message what corners they are. Heading into the final chicane. Never mind, we're going to go over to Jeff Closer. Who's up the back end of the circuit with 38 minutes to go. I don't believe anyone's actually put a lap in yet. No, they haven't managed to work their way around. But still going strong. This will be the first flying laps in the faster category, the prototype categories. I'm assuming that everyone in the chat knows what a prototype is, but if you don't, it's a car that does not go on the road. They are faster than the average road car, shall we say, by a decent chunk. My laptop's just having a moment, so I'm just going to try and fix it by doing this. If you'll excuse me for 1 second. Jeff Close now coming to complete his lap. I assume you're seeing going timings. No, yes, you do. Do you? I'm not sure. Our graphics having a bit of a moment. DPI is below LMP. The LMP2's faster? Well, at the moment, it would appear that the AFP 999 LMP2 is actually on pole. Right. I mean, there's a bit, the behind, oh, they are very close. He's on pole by a very big margin as well, almost 9 tenths. So, what I said earlier about the DPIs being faster by a decent chunk, I may have lied, because it appears that the LMP2s are right on them, and Roland Suits, who we know is a very good driver already, I lied. There you go. Benjamin Gilsinki, 1.8 seconds faster. Oh my word, he's amazing, isn't he? I was just waxing lyrical about Roland Suits, putting in an absolute godly lap in that LMP2, and then suddenly Benjamin Gilsinki pops in, bangs in a 3:23. Wow. I mean, this still obviously isn't up to the lap times that they'd be hitting in real life. You know, we can hit sub 3 minutes 10 seconds now, which is a bloody brilliant lap if you ask me. Obviously, these cars don't have the hybrid systems that the modern high-end LMP1 cars did have, because that category doesn't exist anymore. And even then, compared to the regular LMP machinery, I don't believe they're not as quick. I believe they lack a slight bit more downforce and power in comparison in the DPI category. Okay, so the AFP number 999 DPI has just gone second, so Roland Sukes' godlike lap has suddenly become less impressive. According to my timing board, there's 2 number 999 cars from AFP on the track in Jeff Closer and Blake Checkett. I believe that's wrong, so we're viewing Jeff Closer now. That's strange. Right, we're just going to move on from that anyway. As we move on, regardless, into the on the exit of Marcel Cornu. Wow, look how close he is to the gravel. That is really on the edge, and there's a LMP2 glitching all over the place in the background, and the DPI as well. Clearly the stream doesn't like the bumps. There's Roland Sukes, currently sitting on the pole for LMP2 with that fantastic lap that we saw from him. It's put him, oh Christ, that is 1, 2, 3. It's put him a long way ahead of P2 in that category, I can tell you that much. I can't quite read the stream, my phone screen is too small. 1.4 seconds, wow. It's a bit like, yeah, my phone screen is too small for this, but because I spilled iron brew on my PC, I can't really use that. So I'm having to do some mental maths on the live timing, because the live timing doesn't actually tell you the different categories, it just tells you the different cars. So you've got to figure out who's in what car, the time gaps, add up the time gaps, because it doesn't tell you, obviously it doesn't tell you relative to different like leaders, because it doesn't display categories. Whew. So yeah, it's a bit interesting. As we head through. As we head through the point, ooh. On the money is Roland Sukes through the S's. He is right on it, under that French sign, which I don't understand, because I don't speak French. Wow, look at the commitment through Tetra Rouge, that was really on it. He is absolutely flying here, and that's no surprise. He set a purple first sector. Let me just double check that is reality. It is for the LMP2 category, I believe. He is flying, he is. Watch out for that car, because that is rapid. It is on rails. Flying down the wild sand, fuel mixture presumably up to maximum, which is, I believe, 4 on the LMP2 cars. Barrier through, bit of a wobble in the exit, nothing too major. Hopefully didn't cost him too much time, just getting the power down, bit of understeer, bit of oversteer. Just had to put some lock on to correct it. Coming down now into the second chicane. He's going to get through here okay. Let's look and find out. Brake discs glowing as he heads through. Seems to get through fine. Just glances the curb. Doesn't take as much of it as I'd expected him to, but obviously the car's quite low to the ground. Don't want to unsettle the car, potentially cost you momentum. And I do have an answer. The two 999 cars, they are the same team. They are running the same skin. One of the cars changed categories basically last minute and didn't have the time to prepare a skin, so they are just running in the same skin, but they are different teams. So that's not going to make it confusing whatsoever. Oh my word. The things we have to do, Roland Sukes has just banged in a decent lap by the looks of things. It's 3 minutes 25, that's alright that. Oh no, he's not actually put the lap in yet. My timing's good. The graphics say 1 point... Oh, okay. Well, it seems that there's 2 orifers right on each other. And then a bit of a gap. So there's 2 clear front runners in the LMP2 category. And then a little bit of a gap, and then everyone else. A couple of tenths back. Not quite second, but approaching that. So keep an eye on that in the race. Obviously, the track has not completely evolved yet. So just keep your eye on what's going to happen there, because come the end of the session, the track's going to be a lot faster. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, the second... sorry, I haven't keep track of these. The second AFP 909 car, which is piloted by Jeff, would be the number 97. But because they changed last minute, so yeah. Ooh, there's been an update in the rules. Oh, it's just the logo. Coming through Indianapolis and onto Narnage is Juan Kirsten in a P18. That's not particularly great. On the way to the Porsche curves. My laptop is getting a bit warm and a bit flat, which is not ideal, but try my best. Benjamin Gilsinki. The man currently leading with a 3 minutes 23, just squeezing into the 23s. I must admit, I'm not entirely certain on what the timings are like, what the stints are like in the DPI category. But what I do know is that Seawolf is fast and that driver is incredibly fast. So keep your eye on what he's going to do. Because I'd expect him to go faster. He's currently got just under 4 tenths to Blake Checkett's in the AFP DPI, but keep your eye open because I'd expect him to put in another absolutely astonishing lap. Because that's the kind of driver he is. He's a very, very rapid driver at Sebring. I remember he just absolutely dominated. You know, his teammate came out of the car, and I thought, you know, that was a phenomenal performance. And then Benjamin gets in the car and proceeds to do even better. You know, he's just banging in fastest lap after fast lap as we headed into the night. It was incredible. Really, really amazing stuff to watch. I felt quite privileged to commentate over that race. To be honest, it was really, really something. Daniel Merchant in the LMP2 car with a quite nice livery there. Actually, actually looks a bit like a driller's livery, if I'm honest. I know it's not a driller. Looks like a cross between a driller's livery and an MP Motorsport livery, if I say so myself. Just my take on that. I do like LMP liveries. Ibrahim Khan's managed to slide into the chat. Well, go on, Ibrahim. How you doing, boss? You just missed me waxing lyrical about you earlier. My phone's just having a bit of a moment there. Lovely stuff. Jeff Closer, who is in the not 999 car, that should be the number 97. Hurtling down the Marsan. Very, very long straight. Obviously, not quite what it once was, but the chicane's added into improved safety. But still rapid, you're still reaching, in the faster cars, you will be reaching speeds of well over 200 miles an hour, 320 kilometers an hour. I'd assume you'd be, if you've got a low downforce setup on, I'd assume you'd be hitting around about 350 kph. And then in the GTEs, you'll be hitting about 180 as well, miles per hour. I'm not sure what that is in kph. I use miles per hour in my country, so that's what I'm used to. Apologies. That's what I understand. Oh, very close to the gravel there. And there is a car bouncing over the curve a bit in the background as well on LMP2. They are really close, this DPI and LMP2 category. So it's almost a bit too close for comfort. Heading down into the Porsche curves. It's a very long section of corners. You've just got to kind of put your foot in and hope the car sticks as you fly through. Big Porsche on the ground, just reminding me where you are. Try not to tap this ball, that's not ideal. Get as close as you want though. Jeff Closer just leaving about half a metre of space there, just trying to be on the safe side of things. Obviously you don't want to get damage. And Antoni's joined. Hello, Antoni.
Good morning.
Oh, well, that was a two-man commentary for the start of the race, but looks things.
Seems like it anyway. Have I missed anything exciting?
I mean, just qualifying, obviously that's exciting in itself here at SimplyMod Endurance, but no, nothing extraordinary. It's happened all pretty regular as it goes. The LMP2s were a lot closer to the DPRs than I thought they would be, but apart from that, it's all pretty steady away.
So I think it's to do with the BOP for the DPIs. I don't know if the league do it or what. But usually the DPIs, as they come, they should be doing 311s or so.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's just how they were I don't know, I think it's just how they were nerfed or something. I don't know why.
That's fair enough.
It'll be very interesting in the race we are thinking of later. Because the DPIs are just about quicker than the LMP2s, mainly in the straights, right?
Yeah.
And they'll be able to just hang on behind the LMP2s in the straights and not lose too much time. And it'll be very interesting for fuel saving, given that the DPIs have the GTs and the LMP2s to do it behind. Whereas
Exactly.
the LMP2s only really have the GTs.
I mean, and then also when you remember, the fastest LMP2s,
Yeah.
that they're near the top of the DPIs, so you will obviously the starts here are segregated. So you have the DPI starts, and then the LMP2 starts, then the GTE starts, and they're all in kind of their separate packs. But the faster LMP2s will be overtaking some DPIs, and that'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, later on in the race will be interesting. Maybe we'll see a LMP2 win overall, though.
Oh,
we'll see.
It reminds me of, I believe it was 2017 when an LMP2 nearly won the overall actual Le Mans. That was interesting. I will say, Jackie Chan Racing let us down.
Oh well, maybe this time a different LMP2 team won't let us down and will actually win.
Maybe we'll have to see here in the SimplyMod Endurance Series with 21 minutes to go left on the clock. Here we are following Zoltan Boda around here. Apparently he set 2 purple sectors. I'm just going to look on my live timing and see if that's true. Yes, I believe he has in the LMP2 categories in the Musion number 22 car as he hurtles round on the way to Indianapolis and then Arnage. Yeah, it's obviously, as I was mentioning, it is quite hard to kind of get a scope on where everyone is in terms of their classes, because we obviously only get told what the lap times are, not what class everybody's in. So while it will say on the stream, if they're saying purple sectors, it won't say on the live timing, and also you can't trust the stream graphics because sometimes it says they're going faster when they aren't. So you do have to please forgive us if we make mistakes here and there. It's a 12-hour race. We're all going to try our best. Obviously, I believe Ellie or Violet is coming in about an hour into the race, and I'm leaving. Yep. So I'll just go through the timing again for the stream schedule. We've got Violet coming in for 2 hours, so it's me and Antoni now up for the first hour of the race. Then Violet coming in for 2 hours, Antoni again for 2 hours, and then according to our timetable, it's then Nick for 3 hours, and me and Violet for 2 hours, and then Nick for 3 hours again, unless you've got a different plan, Antoni.
No, that's fine.
There we go then that works. So that's going to be who you're stuck with for the race. Got Nick Barnsdale himself for the end of the race. That's quite a privilege.
Yeah. You gotta admit though, honestly, these Hungarians in the LMP2 class are rapid. Like, they're in every league, whether it's obviously the SimplyMod Endurance series or other similar leagues on rFactor 2, and they're just always at the front. They're at a similar pace. I don't know, maybe they come from the same mother. What do you think, Ross?
There must be cousins at least. They definitely all know each other, don't they? I mean, it's what rFactor Endurance League is one of those things where everyone kind of knows everyone kind of does everything. So it's you see the same people kind of cropping up everywhere, and when they're fast, you take notice. Obviously, these guys, they're rapid, so you do really and they do catch your eye. And like you said, they're basically fast in every league. You can rock up to SimplyMod Endurance Series and they're fast. You can rock up to VRSA and they're fast. You can rock up, that doesn't exist anymore. Apologies, well it does, but not what it once was. You can rock up to a EERC and they're fast. They're just kind of everywhere. They're always quick. So it's good to see them, getting involved in everything. It kind of just displays their talents as well, because it is kind of, you go and sit down and you're ready to watch another race, and then suddenly the same people are winning. It's almost like if, in real life, it's almost like if Lewis Hamilton decided to go to NASCAR or something and then won the championship first time round. That's the best example I can think of for some reason. It's not a very good example, but it's is what it is. I've also just discovered a new thing on the live time, which is cool, and you can actually analyse people's sector times. That's quite nice. Didn't know you could do that before. There you go. Learn something new every day.
Exactly.
Oh, you can even see what tyres they've been on. That's fantastic.
You can indeed. You can see how many laps they've been on them as well.
How did I not know this?
Oh, you did.
Apparently not. Wow, that's pretty poor from me.
Well, people learn new things every day, just like some
Exactly.
people apparently learned today that Ibrahim Khan is rapid in the GTEs. I mean, 7/10 pole position.
Yeah,
What happened?
it's a big lap there from Ibrahim Khan. I mean, he was in the Senna, the Senna Hypercar for the GTR 24, and obviously a lot of people watched that, and he didn't quite like his Blake check it, so it just gets on the grass bit there. He didn't quite bond with that Senna, I don't think. He was just a bit, he was spinning a lot, he wasn't quite on the pace, and I think a lot of that dented a lot of people's views on Ibrahim Khan, but obviously he's got back into what he loves, which is the GTE category, and he's now banging the lap times. So it's good to see him back up near the top of the grid, or at the top of the grid today. Any other real surprises in the GT? I don't think we do have any proper real surprises in the GT.
I don't
Obviously,
know, honestly, no.
Max Janssen in the championship leading car in 3rd place, so that's good for them. The Speedy Mike Ferrari in 2nd. Is it Ibrahim Khan at the Croc, Daniel Krasny in the OSR Ferrari in 4th. What did surprise me is the Ferraris were up there. Obviously, I was expecting a Porsche pole, but because the Porsches are quick around here on lap pace, but the Ferraris were closer than I thought they would actually be. I was expecting them to be about a second off mainly. So for Sean Jacobs to get in 7/10, it's a big gap, but it is narrower than what I was expecting. I will say that much.
I'm wondering, in GT, where will the Royal Blue car finish? So yesterday I was on the server, right? One of their drivers told me if he doesn't get a podium in GT, his sponsor won't give him money for this race.
Ooh.
He says his family life is on the line here, but I don't know. I'd have to look up that driver.
Keep an eye on the Royal Blue Racing car then, because I think they might be making some serious moves.
Yeah,
The live
think a
timings.
nice redemption arc, don't you think, Ross? You know.
I think it would be a great redemption arc. I mean, they've got 12 hours to do it. There's going to be crashes. There's going to be code 80s. There's going to be incidents going on. So keep your eye on that. As we are here with Blake Checkett in the, I believe that is the first 999 car. It's still quite confusing.
So the other 999 car, right? That's the Valet Esports car, which is the developmental team of AFP.
Yes, they're not quite AFP, but they changed category last minute. Didn't get a skin in, so they are running the same skin as AFP. They're AFP's junior team in essence. So they're not. It's quite confusing. Just trying to keep your eye on them. That's all I will say. Darius Andres just set 2 purple sectors in the number 64 Sim Apex. That's interesting to see. Going to be able to challenge Benjamin Gilzinki. I was told how to pronounce that name. I apparently was getting it wrong. Thank you very much, Gilzinki. There you go. So apologies for getting his name wrong. I'm not good at pronunciations. I'm not good at corner names. I'm not good at any of that. But I am commentating still somehow. Darius Andre flying through the Porsche curves now. Let's keep an eye on him. What he's going to do at the end of this lap. There is still 15 minutes to go on the clock, so anything could happen. But as it stands, it looks like he's about to go and pole unless he makes a mistake into the final few chicanes, getting out really wide for the first one. Try and get it turned in for the second one. Bit of a half spin, manages to catch it. Doesn't use all of the road on the exit. I don't think he's going to need to. Crosses the line.
Pole position.
And pole position for Darius Andre. It's not improved in the last sector. And it's just pole position. Wow, look how close that is between the two cars.
I think we should have a look at Blake Checkett. He went purple in Sector 1 in the meantime. Wondering if he could catch up.
I mean, Blake Checkett, it's a second between him and the second placed car, but we'll have to have a look and see what he can do. At the moment, the gap between the two DPI cars at the top of the grid is 0.002 seconds. That is so close. And when you consider that Darius Andre set 2 purple sectors as well, that tells me that he did make a mistake somewhere in the final sector and that there's still time in that. So keep an eye on that as the circuit improves over the last 13 minutes and 12 seconds. As the Darius Andre now back out on the track and heading through. Blake Checkett doesn't appear to have gone faster. I think he's gone into the pits, so he must have... Oh, and Darius Andre is also in the wall by the looks of things. Good start.
Seems to have aborted the lap, to be honest, but...
Yeah, he was on a good lap, and then he's come into the pit, so my assumption is he's come up against some traffic or he's made a mistake somewhere. Obviously, that is a challenge with endurance or racing in general. When you're out qualifying, you want your lap to be as perfect as it can be when you come up across something like that. It's not ideal, but you've got to deal with it, unfortunately. So, it is what it is. Darius Andre back out again, despite his little mistake in the final sector. I believe it was that little kind of semi-spin or drift, if you will, into the final chicane, and then he had to correct that and didn't use all of the track on the exit. I believe that prevented him from just securing pole a little bit more securely, for lack of a better word.
I gotta say, Ross, honestly, the prototype classes are just so close right now. Look, Gilzinski and Andre, 2,000 between them. Schütz and Boda, 5,000 between them for pole position. It'll go down to the final lap, that's for sure.
It definitely will, Anthony. It is absolutely tight between the top DPI classes. I mean, we've seen this before, but not to this scale. And when you consider how long Lemans is as well, for the drivers to be competing at this level, it's phenomenal to see them this close. So we should be in for an absolutely fantastic race. And when you consider that, you've got some of the LMP2 cars up there as well, it's great stuff to watch. So we'll have to definitely keep our eye on that as we head into the opening segment of the race. Obviously it's the longest race in the SimplyMod Endurance Series calendar here, but it is also the last race, so it's the final time we really get to decide finishing position. So while drivers are going to be more patient, they're also going to be more hectic because they want those championship points, which they can get to confirm that they are indeed superior than everyone else on the grid. So it's going to be a mixture of being patient, yet also being extremely aggressive and stupid moves being made in places where they shouldn't be made because people are desperate for points. So it's going to be a crazy race by the sounds of things. Judging by the last one, what happened last time out in Portimao, this should be also absolutely mental. So keep your eye on it. Here's Roland Sukes, who's currently on pole in the LMP2 category, as he has set a purple first sector, but he's gone yellow in the middle, so we'll have to see what he does in the last sector. Just clipping the wall there on his way through the Porsche curves. Hopefully that didn't cause him too much damage as he's coming through. Clipping the glass there, big wobble. Manages to catch it. We could see him abort this lap because he's just made 2 mistakes in the final sector. Unless he is up. If he's up, that's fair enough. And just darting to the right bit, trying to get more track into the first four chicane, gets it right over to the second four chicane, bouncing over the curbs, using all the track, across the line. Does he improve?
He does.
Yes, he does. Great lap there from 106, and he actually overtakes one of the DPI cars again. He's managed to move up to P4 overall. Great lap from Roland Sukes there. He's managed to pull 2/10 on the Pride Racing car. So that's a big lap there from the LMP2 car. He was very, very quick last time out in Portimao. So expect him to be very, very quick again today. As we can see, I mean, he's just gone on pole, so of course he's been quick. As we head into the last few minutes of qualifying, 9 minutes to go. What do you reckon? Here's a question for you, Antoni. Who have you got your money on for the race? Who do you think's gonna, not who's gonna win, but who do you think has favourable chances?
Favourable chances of the win. Okay, that's a very good question. Honestly, I mean, in DPI, it's obviously for the past however many rounds I've been watching ARL, it's been Seawolf, AFP, and of course Sim Apex. Obviously, I'm gonna pull out the stats. Totally not to do with my bias, but every race in DPI that AFP has done, they've won. But they haven't been as much on pace as Andre and Gilchinski have this round. So I really don't know who's gonna win in DPI. I mean, I can't place it down on one person, but it's definitely gonna be one of those 3 people. I think you can agree with me on that.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on the DPI there, yes.
LMP2, I also don't know. Seawolf have been rapid all season, but they're quite down. 1.8 seconds off Lundvall is. So I think it's gonna be one of the Hungarians. Which one of the 4? I don't actually know. I don't really know any of the teams except for AFP. But I mean, we'll see. You can't count out Seawolf just yet, just because of a bad qualifying performance.
Exactly. I mean, it's a 12-hour race. There's it's 3 times as long as the last time at Portimao, so anything can happen. So we'll have to see what happens there. What about GCE? What do you reckon?
Well, Ibrahim Khan, you can argue he's a favorite. He's the king of Le Mans for sure in that class. So much experience, very favorable car for this track. But obviously there's some other great drivers there too, like Jacobs and Janssen. I think Ibrahim Khan is definitely the favorite. Like, if with the other classes I can't place it down on one person, I'm fairly confident if nothing goes wrong, Ibrahim Khan can take home the win in GTE.
I mean, as it stands, that Seawolf car that Ibrahim Khan is in is second in the championship. And I believe they can actually clinch the championship today if the Sim Apex car doesn't finish. So we'll have to keep it on Max, because if Max Janssen finishes, remember the rule is in ARL, if you get over 50% distance, then you automatically get 2 points. Then there's obviously the point system down the grid, and you can get points being in the top 10. If Max Janssen finishes in the top 10, that 68, or anyone in that 68 car finishes in the top 10 even, that Sim Apex team have won that championship. However, if that Seawolf car, Ibrahim Khan, manages to get a really good start, and the Sim Apex car just has an absolute nightmare of a race, then Seawolf can win that championship. If they win that, they win all 3 championships, which would be an absolutely insane performance. They've already won the first 2. No one can mathematically catch them, but they can still catch Sim Apex in the GTE. It's very close, so keep your eye on what the Sim Apex car does, because I reckon they'll be quick, obviously, but I reckon they'll just be taking it cautious and just trying to get to the end.
Sure, nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose. They don't want to risk it either. Well, the Seawolf car, they can still win, so why would they not try and go for that? So I think they'll absolutely have all the guns blazing, and I think they will try and pull off into the distance as best as they can, try and get fast, put on a bit of a show, get fastest lap and everything, just to put all their hopes behind getting that triple championship. And if they get that triple championship, my word, is that an achievement. That's very impressive stuff if they manage to get it. Here's the Lightning McQueen car. absolutely flying around. I can't remember what team the Lightning McQueen car is actually. If you'll apologise to me, it's the
Must be a
F1.
privateer, right?
Yeah, it's the F1 RO car, number 95. Currently last in the DPI category, unfortunately for them.
Love it. Love that
they-
livery.
It's a very nice livery, isn't it? It's I mean, it's not only funny, but it's also actually just it's funny because obviously it's Lightning McQueen and you see it and you laugh because it's Lightning McQueen, but it's also actually just a really nice livery. It just looks really good. So my credit to them. Hopefully they can get a result today on the track. Obviously being 10th place overall and last in the DPI category is not ideal.
Oh, I've been corrected. LMP2 hasn't been won yet. So I don't know who it's down to, but I mean, I think Seawolf still have a favorable chance. But I gotta ask you, Ross, you didn't tell me, what are your picks for this race?
First of all, apologies, I did believe that LMP2 had been won, so my apologies for that. My picks for this race, DPI, honestly, I'm going to say the same as you, it could be anyone. It's obviously the top 3 cars are all very quick. You know, the Seawolf, Sim Apex, and they're right on each other. The AFP cars are a bit off the pace compared to them, but they'll have great race pace, I'm sure. Just judging by his performances, the performances of the car this year, you know, the driver's been dominant. I think it'll be the Seawolf car will just about nick it, but I could definitely see the Sim Apex, the FP car winning. In terms of LMP2, it's a bit closer. Obviously, Roland Sukes is, you know, he's been absolutely rapid as always. Obviously, some of the Hungarian guys could chip in and win it as well. I think the AFP car's got pole by a decent amount. Obviously, the Seawolf car you'd expect to be up there, and it isn't. But they again could have some great race pace, and it is a 12-hour race. Anything can happen. But just judging from qualifying, my money would be on Roland Sukes in that AFP number 99. And then GTE, like you said, Ibrahim Khan, King of Lemans. It would be a surprise if he didn't disappear off into the distance. I feel he's got a big 7/10 gap to Sean Jacobs in the Speedy White Ferrari. But then again, we know that the Speedy White Ferrari is quick. We know that the Sim Apex Ferrari is quick. We know that the OSR Ferrari is quick. We know that both of the Seawolf Porsches are quick as well. So
you can't count out the royal blue that has to get the podium.
Exactly, the royal blue car that's going to be trying to fight through as well. And there's obviously the other Speedy Mike car as well, which it's typically not been the best in qualifying, but it's always been really strong in the race. So that could be a bit of a dark horse coming through. So just keep you. I think that the GT category is definitely going to be the most exciting today because there's so many cars that are quick, and in my opinion, definitely have the ability to win. So just keep your eye on it, see what happens, and yeah, hopefully it should be a great race from everyone, including the LMP2 and DPI categories. So yeah, we'll just have to stick with it. It's 12 hours, it's a long race, but hopefully it's an enjoyable one here in the last round of the season in the SimplyMod Endurance Series. And yeah, there's still 2 championships to be decided instead of the 1 championship, because I thought the LMP2 championship had been decided. Again, apologies for that. But we know that the DPI category has been wrapped up by the Seawolf team. That's done and dusted. But we've still got the LMP2 category and the GT category to decide today. So just keep your eye on it. It should be a great race as we head into the last minutes of qualifying here. Is anybody going to try and challenge for pole? Obviously, Darius Andre is there. Blake Checketts can still definitely improve. Darius Andre has just set a purple first sector, so keep your eye on that. But Benjamin Gilzinski is still holding strong at the top. I believe he hasn't gone back out yet, so keep your eye on it.
Well, if he hasn't gone back out, then he will not be able to stay another lap.
That is true. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that. It's a good point. He won't have the time because it's such a long lap here. It's 3-ish minutes for an out lap. So yeah, that's a very good point. We're not going to see him. So looks like he's confident. It's either he's confident or he knows he can give no more. That's what I'm taking from that. So we'll just have to see what can happen here. Can Darius Andre get that pole for the DPI category in that Sim Apex car? He's gone purple again in the first sector, and yet again he's not gone quicker in the middle sector. So that appears to be that car is just rapid down the straights, maybe, or it's rapid in. I'm not too sure. We'll just have to see what happens as he heads down into the Porsche curves. Will he be able to go quicker?
General rule of thumb. We'll just see what happens.
Yep, that is a very good rule of thumb, as you just mentioned.
How
Coming
are
through
you
the Porsche
yawning,
curves.
Rostar?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm knackered, I am.
Checkers improves, and he's gonna be able to set another lap, which Andre won't be able to do. So
Yeah, that's a good point. So keep your eye on Blake. Check it, but I believe he's gone into the pit squad as well lifetime. So maybe he's
he has.
So he won't be able to improve. But here's Darius Andre. This could be for the pole. Keep your eye on that LMP2. Sim Apex gets out of the way of its older brother in the DPI category. What's going to do? Bouncing over the curves into the last chicane. Is he going to be able to improve? Bit of a slide. Does he get the pole? Yes, he does.
He does.
Darius
Wow.
Andre manages to get himself on the pole.
Oh wow.
Four
Whopping 4
tenths.
tenths.
What a lap that is from the Sim Apex, man. That is a fantastic lap to conclude qualifying here at
Well, he isn't
Virtual Le
over
Mans.
yet.
Well, it's not over yet, of course, but I can't see anyone else getting pulled. Well, Benjamin is back out.
Oh, and he's on a lap too.
He's on a lap, and he's only down the
Improving.
Mulsanne. He's not set purple in the first sector, but he has set green.
He is down on Andre's first sector, but he still can improve. We don't know what setup, how it's adjusted to this track. He can still take it back easily.
Yeah, looking at how Darius was through the middle sector, it's safe to say that the Sim Apex car is faster through there. So if he can hold the speed up, he could be getting himself pole. I thought he hadn't gone back out, but apparently he has, and he's managed to get himself another lap as well. So it's not over yet. Benjamin Gilsinki flying towards the Mulsanne corner. Let's see what he's able to do through the middle sector. Will he be able to get a purple? Will he be, if he gets a green, I think he'll still be up on Darius Andre's time, because Darius Andre, he's still quick in the middle sector, but I think that Benjamin Gilsinki can go faster through there. So we'll have to see what he can do as he... and yes, he does. He goes purple. It's by a tenth in the middle sector, and he's only a tenth off in the first sector as well. So this is very, very close here, as we're following him into Indianapolis and Arnage. Lights are flashing for some reason, not quite sure why. As he heads in, can he keep it? Lights are still flashing for some reason. I'm still not sure why that is. I don't know why that's caught my attention either. Heading into Indianapolis, very, very smooth through there, just running the curve on the exit. Now into Arnage, try and get brake, don't touch the curve, get as wide as you can on the corner exit, don't be scared of that wall. Rocketing over the camera there in Virtual Le Mans. And now another long straight on the run down to the Porsche curves. As long as he keeps it stable through here, he's on to and for a great lap here, using all the track and then some. Flying through, keep it planted, bit of a wiggle through there, nothing too bad. Keep it off the wall, yes he does, very nice. Flying through here again, just try and keep hugged to the inside, just clip the grass, then use all the curb here, try not to unsettle the car on the bumps. Coming through to the Ford chicanes, this is where he's going to make his money. Is he going to be able to do it? Doesn't dart wide, doesn't use all the track. That's actually a very interesting line there from the Seawolf man. Through the last chicane, is he going to be able to improve onto pole position? Let's find out. Yes, he does.
Close.
Oh, there you have it. What a lap. 7 tenths. Wow. What a lap. What a lap. That final sector was phenomenal. Wow. I'm genuinely, that was fantastic.
Just proves he's built different, you know.
How has he done that? So Darius Andre set essentially a 91-second final sector, and Benjamin Gilsinki has come forward and essentially gone almost three tenths faster in the final sector, and he's gone a tenth quicker in the second sector, and he was under a tenth, just under a tenth slower in the first sector. And somehow he's gone 7 tenths faster. Wow, that is phenomenal stuff there from the Seawolves team. So there you have it, your final positions for the race qualifying. Got Benjamin Gilsinki on the pole. Darius Andre lines up alongside him. Blake Checketts followed by Jeff Closer in the officially not the 999. That's the developmental team, not the AFP team. And you've got the full 20 Then, apology, you have Roland Sukes if you're going overall, but we'll just go through the DPI category because they'll separate anyway. So you've got Peter Lardis in the 420 Pride car, and then going down the grid, we've got Jonas Kaufman, Ono Busilla, Andy Tomlinson, and Luca Gray rounding out the DPI categories. We see some cars coming out now just for a 15-minute warm-up that we do have on our hands before the start of the race. Moving on to the LMP2 grid, where we've got Roland Sukes setting an absolutely phenomenal lap to put himself at 5/10 clear from Zoltan Varkonyi, and then Zoltan Boda as well coming in just behind him, 5/10 down. Then we've got Patrick Silvassi, Christian Malcherek, Linus Lundvall, Gergo Bauer, Jack Smith, Peter Forgat, and Ethan Lim as well following them. I believe there is more cars on the second page, and yes, there is. We've got Tamas Rist, Gergo Kovacs, who's got a livery on the... Oh, I see. Gergo Kovacs is using not using a custom livery, so we can actually see what livery he's using instead of just that weird car cover body shape. Then we've got Peter Vagapov, Nicpon Nagelvort in P14, Adam Zagaiva, Bartas Vincek, Niels Fischer, Harm Kirsten, Ross Benjamin, and Cameron Hawes is in P20. And then P21, Kamil Jablonski, and then rounding out the LMP2 grid, we've got Daniel Merchant with a 9-second gap to 9.3 seconds to the pole man. That's quite a gap, if I do say so myself. Hopefully he can improve on that in the race. But moving on to the GTE category, we've got Ibrahim Khan, the king of Le Mans, at the pole, 7/10 up on Sean Jacobs. Great lap from both of them despite that. And then Max Jansen, our championship leader in the category, in P3. Daniel Krasnay in P4. Michael Wozniak, followed by Cameron Sassano. My phone's just frozen, apologies. Jan Feenstra, Billy Eisman, Tim Omlu, Yao Gabriel is in P10. The Brazilian racing cars around here somewhere as well. We've got Jos van der Stemmen, P11, Alex Tunbridge in the DDoS car, P12, Vitor Joinu in P13, Maximilian Niet, Philippe Henrique in one of the Brazilian cars. See, I do know the Brazilian teams. Edgar De Vrick and Kevin Weichard rounds out the grid in the 360 racing car. There you have it, your grid for Le Mans, the 12 hours of Le Mans here at the SimplyMod Endurance Series. It's a bit of a grid we've got going on here, but hopefully it's great. It's a great, exciting race. Got a 15-minute warm-up now, as I'm sure you're all aware. We have got Ibrahim Khan in the chat as well. Great lap there, Ibrahim. Race starts should be starting at about 5 past, judging by the time we have left. It should be about 5 past 12. We did have a delay. The server had a bit of a moment earlier, so it is delayed. It should have been 12 o'clock in UCT, which is 1 o'clock in CET. So it should be about 5 minutes past 12 or 5 minutes past 1, depending on where you are. The league uses CET, so it's 5 minutes past 1, I'd expect. So keep your eye on the timing towards.
And I'm gonna excuse myself for a short coffee break, as one famous streamer once said. I'll be back in time for the start.
Sounds like I need a drink as well, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just take a quick break here in the commentary booth. I'm going to go get myself a glass of water. Anthony's going to go get himself a coffee, and we'll be back shortly.
have returned. One commentator's back. Antoni's still on a coffee break. Just ran up the stairs. Yeah, here we are. Got a couple.
Back.
Oh, there's Antoni as well. Hello.
Hello.
Good timing. I've literally just turned back as well.
Well, good for us.
Here we are then. Right, yeah, here we are. Got about 5 minutes left of the warm up, and then we're on to the race. So, hopefully this should all go according to plan. No server crashes on the cards, hopefully. My laptop's making noises. Please don't.
Better not explode.
Yeah, please don't explode. I'd prefer it if you didn't. So yeah, we've got at the moment, the looks like it's just cars running race pace. Not a lot of cars out on the track. Most drivers would have probably just gone off for a toilet break, maybe get some food just before their stints. So yeah, you won't see everybody out on the track, but you've just got to go with what you can run. You can see Jan Phoenix, who's currently leading the GTE category with a full 2.3 second. Oh, he was leading. He's now second. Kirac Sano now with a 2.3 second gap.
I don't know if it's just me or some of the cars like teleporting.
Yeah, they're bouncing around a little bit. I'm not sure if that's just a connection from our broadcaster or if that's a server problem. If it is a server problem, then that's not ideal. We'd prefer it to not be a server problem, because then it's well, if it is, that could indicate that there's a server crash coming, which is not what we really want. You see the new regulation for server crashes is that the timer does keep ticking. We have had one server crash this season at Spa. There was a bit of a mix-up, and the timer halted. The rule is in this championship is that if the server crashes, the clock keeps running down. So if you get in with an hour to go, if the server crashes with an hour to go and it's down half an hour, there will be half an hour left on the clock. That's how it is. No in between. Apologies if you don't like it, but yeah, I don't make the rule books. I just speak over the race sometimes. As still, yeah, it does look like the server's struggling a little bit from my end. That could just be my phone.
I think it's the same for me.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Our broadcaster did mention that he was having PC. Oh, okay. So just confirmation of what that's on our broadcaster's end. He just came off rFactor 2 briefly. So apologies for that. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Just had something to do on this PC. It's all still working. And into the pits comes someone I can't see. My phone's too far away from my face. It's Porsche. Obviously at the end of the warm-up, you know, you're happy with how the car's running, you're happy with the setup. In this chat, you are allowed to change setup between qualifying and the race in this championship. There is no park firme, so you could just run out and just check how the car's running, just to see how the track's evolved, if there's any tyre pressures, do you need to make any aerodynamic changes heading into the start of the race. And obviously, as the race goes on, you know, it's going to go into the night, the track's going to get colder, this was going to get grippier because of the track evolution. So you've just got to kind of evolve with the car. There's a bit of a sideways moment there for the Nova Finlandia Porsche. There also seems to be bits of carbon fibre down the side of that little grass strip there. It's just about evolving with the car and the track as the race goes on. You know, you've got to kind of adjust the car as it goes on, because when you compare how the car handles at the start of the race and when it's in all the dirty air as well from the other cars, and when you compare that to when the car's at the end of the race, how they're two separate machines. They're driving so differently. So you've got to see what happens really. In the minute and 30 seconds to go of the warm-up, there's a speedy white Ferrari there in that wonderfully pink livery. Keep an eye on them. They will be very quick in the opening stages of the race, I suspect. Could be coming in and nabbing the win, or the lead even very early on. It's a 12-hour race, a bit too early to be talking about the win before the race even started. Coming through the Porsche curves, the GT category will be extremely close. The LMP2 category, Linus Lundvall is sat in first place, but as I mentioned, not everyone has gone out. It'll be really close. The DPI category, there's 2 cars, maybe 3 cars up there who are all
right on each other. 1 minute it's Darius Andre, the next minute it's Benjamin Gilzinski, and you know, the AFP car, it's up there as well. So just see what happens. And as I mentioned, Darius Andre, it appears that he's not actually running that quickly. That could just be because he's not really trying, because it's the warm-up. Or maybe the race pace isn't quite there for that Sub Apex squad. So keep your eye on that. That's a very worrying issue, if that is a problem for them. As we see an LMP2 go past a Porsche there. Obviously, the LMP2 category is only a one car class. The only LMP2 that we have for rFactor is the rFactor. There probably is some modded ones with no official cars. The DPI cars are modded, but they're all good mods that are well trusted and well received in general. So, but yeah, the LMP2, the modded ones would probably have to be BOP'd and probably wouldn't look right or drive right either. So yeah, one car it is. As we get the checkered flag out in qualifying, you can see the speed difference between the GTs and the LMP2s. Look at just how quick the prototypes are. As the GT tries to get a bit of a speed boost down the straight from the slipstream of the passing Orica, but it's not going to get anything. And there you have it. That's the warm-up for you. Should have a few minutes until the warm-up lap. We'll see cars magically spawn onto the grid any second. And the clock will start ticking.
Here's the race now.
And here is the race, yep.
And it's all down to this.
It is. It appears we have a new start procedure in place. Instead of just how the start procedures work here in ARL, the different classes set off on their formation lap and then split off into 3 distinct packs, and then each pack sets off on its own, and it's just DPI green or something. I believe that was the phrase. Now the class is going to get told to get ready before they go green, so we should see less mistakes at the start. So that's a positive for the drivers, just to help communication between stewards and the drivers. So it should be interesting to see what happens there, if anything interesting happens, or if it's just a normal procedure. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens as we carry on through. Yeah, so we should just see cars start bouncing onto the grid any second, hopefully anyway. And we'll get the all drivers to the grid now message from rFactor that we so oftenly love, as it mentions it in the background. Yeah, just waiting really.
Yeah, I'm expecting a rapid start from Darius Andre here. He's always been very good at the starts, and it'll mix things up at the beginning anyway. So exciting, Ross, honestly. I mean, you don't know what strategies these teams are doing. And even though in qualifying it might seem the gaps are bigger, smaller, whatever, it really won't matter in the end, honestly. It's a 12-hour race, there's a lot of variables, they could crash, there's the cold 80s, anything could happen, and we can only predict.
Exactly, we've just got to wait and see what happens. We are a formation lap away from the start of this race. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see as we're just going through the starting grid one last time. Benjamin Gilzinski on the pole, Darius Andre landing off in P2. Unfortunately, I didn't catch anyone else there. It says on here that the LMP2 cars will mix with the DPI cars. That is not what is going to happen. The LMP2 cars will drop back into their own class pack and then just take the pole and line up as they would if it was an all LMP2 grid. So, for example, Roland Sukes, who was on the pole, he was in the mix. I believe it was P4 overall. He will have dropped back, and he will now be heading up the LMP2 pack, and he will be with all of them when the LMP2 gets called for green. Obviously, the different cars get called for green at different times. And just keep an eye on that as the Seawolf car leads them through Tete Rouge onto the Marsan Straight. Obviously, the
the formation lap is supposed to be under code 80 conditions. I mean, you can obviously speed up and speed down, slow down a little bit just to kind of get some heat in your tires, get some heat in your brakes, cool your engines down, etc., etc. But it's supposed to be slow, so you won't see that much excitement this lap. That being said, Darius Andre right on the tail of Benjamin Gilzinski. So we'll have to see. Ernest Lappins in the chat has just started cheerleading for AFP. That's fair enough. If Ernest is driving late, yeah, if you're driving late, let us know. I'll tune in, see how you're doing. And with moving on to the GT category, obviously the back end of the field, and yeah, as I was just mentioning, you can see here there's these DPIs here, and then just a gap, and no LMP2s to be seen at all as they head down the Mulsanne straight.
Gotta say, Ross, an interesting choice by the race officials here. A lot of leagues just go green on the Mulsanne, but it seems like we're actually doing a whole lap here.
Yeah, exactly. It's we're committed to the formation lap. We want to start it in the correct place. Apparently, I believe there is a 5-minute. It's the session is set up with 5 minutes extra on the clock to allow for the formation lap. While a lot of other servers don't do that. So instead of being a 12-hour race, it's technically a 12-hour and 5-minute race. Except that 5 minute goes into the formation lap. If they reach the end of the lap before that 5 minutes is up, then they do extra. If they do extra distance, if they reach it before the end, they do less distance. It's all relative to what happens on the formation lap. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens. It's still heading down the Mulsanne. It's incredibly painfully slow, this code 80, I must say, especially in the formation. Just going slowly. It's incredibly upsetting to see, but it is what it is.
So it seems the admins here have gone the option of the 12 hours and 5 minutes, but I really don't think we'll be at the start line by the time it hits 12.
Exactly.
I guess we can call it 11 hours and 58 minutes of Le Mans. Doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it?
If one just gets to speed, that was 58, 37 seconds or something like that.
Yeah. Don't know if you're lagging for me slightly,
Still
Ross,
heading down
or...
the Mulsanne, looks things. I may have just an update on my PC. Oh, apologies there. That must just be my connection.
Possibly.
My phone, my PC is broken. My mate fixing it. He's probably watching. Please hurry up. But please, I know it needs a new power supply, but just fix the rest of it, please. Yeah. So apologies. I'm just doing it through my phone. The connection isn't great. I'm trying my very, very best.
I'm wondering, will the server manage to actually survive through this whole race? You see, I don't think I've seen this big of a Le Mans. Possibly,
Well,
yeah, there were 48 cars. I mean, there were supposed to be, I think, 55. I don't know what happened to the other 7. Maybe they just didn't want to come. But
well, at the GTR 24, the grid wasn't quite this big. It was just 40 cars, but they went 24 hours without a server crash. So that's a positive for me in terms of rFactor 2 server stability. You know, there was complaints about the server, but it never actually, physically crashed. It had problems, but it never went down. So obviously, there's more cars here today, but the race is half the distance. So, and there was rain in the GTR 24 as well. That there was not scheduled to be rain here. So just keep your eye open. See what happens. Hopefully we don't have a crash. We've only managed to have one crash this season at Spa, which has been very lucky. Could have easily have been more. You know, a place like Daytona, it's an 8-hour race. Sebring's 4-hour race, but it's very graphically intensive, especially with the day to night transition. As we carry forward into the Porsche, because apparently we have more viewers than the GP. But I can't speak English. Sorry. We have more viewers than the GPVWC Super League, which is quite impressive, seeing as that's the top level single seater league that you can get in rFactor 2. So well done everyone at the SimplyMod Endurance Series. You've made this happen. As we head forward into the final race, the DPI category
lining up in double file on the way to the Porsche curves, getting ready for the start of the race. It's not like real life where the leader call. Obviously, in real life, sometimes it's they usually call the green flag on the line. Here, the green flag is called when the steward decides. It's not like some races where the leader decides when to go, such as in oval racing. It is very much a structured start, but it's still, you've got to anticipate when it is. And it's also quite enjoyable to see a 9-car DPI grid. You know, this is probably one of the biggest DPI grids we've actually had all season. I believe it was Sebring had 6. At Spa we had very little. I think we ended up with 4 at the end of the race because someone dropped out or 2 people dropped out. So we'll have to see what happens. Heading through the Porsche curves, that Goodyear advertising reminded you to use Goodyear tyres probably. And there is at 12 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock, so that will probably be about 12 minutes and 57 seconds, 12 hours, 11 hours and 57 seconds even, excuse me there. So I would safely say that this is going to be the 11 hours and 56 minutes of Le Mans race, I think, as we head around the final Porsche curve and get ready. And it's down for when the green flag call comes. Here at the SimplyMod Endurance Series, Benjamin Gilzinski has caught a little bit of a gap there. I'm not sure you're allowed to do that. That may just be to the geometry of the corner. You are obviously allowed to turn off your pit limit. You have to have your pit limiter on the formation lap, and you are allowed to turn that off to speed up and slow down if you need. As they come through, approaching now the 4 chicanes where it's all going to kick off.
I am ready, Ross, for you to get overly excited. Let's go with this. I am simply
last time this season. I'm excited. You're excited. Everyone's excited. It's going to be a great race here at Virtual Le Mans. The SimplyMod Endurance Series Season 2 finale, the 12 hours of Le Mans. It's going to be an absolutely banging race. I can safely say that. As we are now waiting for the green flag call coming through into the first chicane. Just waiting now, waiting. It's the longest formation lap I think I've ever sat through. The tension, I can't handle it. Just call the green.
You'll be able to get all out in a second.
Come on.
Just some more moments. We got this, Ross.
We've got it. Coming through the first chicane, there's a bit of bumping in the background. Darius Andre's ready to go. Benjamin Gilzinski is ready to go. All the 2 AFP cars, one of which is not a proper AFP car behind them, is ready to go round the final chicane, waiting to go green. I assume it will be when they touch the line. And that tells me they're away, and there we are away. The 12 hours of Le Mans is go. The Season 2 finale of the SimplyMod Endurance Series. The 2 FP cars in the background. Bit of a service starter there. Benjamin Gilzinski manages to pull away just slightly into the lead, but Darius Andre go for a big dive bomb into the Dunlop chicane. There's an AFP car as well having a look. There's a curb going somewhere. My laptop's turned off for some reason, so I can't see the live timing. And Darius Andre has managed to steal the lead from Benjamin Gilzinski. But that doesn't matter now, because what we're about to get is the start of the LMP2 category. I'd expect that Benjamin's going to get the draft down the Mulsanne and into the lead. And there's the, not quite the green. Roland Zooks has got a little bit of an advantage, but he was also well ahead of the second place car. Waiting for the green, and there's the green in the LMP2 category. And it's not a great start from Roland Zooks. He was a bit delayed on the start, to be honest. And there's millions of oracles dust right everyone. Manages to hold the inside arm, and we're going to see a similar dive bomb. I think we might know. He's managed to pull a gap, and he's managed to keep the corner safe into the Dunlop chicane. That is his. There's a Sim Apex car running very wide in the background. And Roland Zooks has bolted already. 3 corners basically gone. There's Luca Gray at the back of the DPI category. Following the Pride Racing car. He qualified near the back, but I'm not sure if they had a problem. There's Ibrahim Khan, the master of Le Mans, getting ready to start off the GTE category, the final category to start. 11 minutes and 54 seconds on the clock. They're away. The speedy Mike Ferrari gets a great start. Ibrahim Khan's had a shocker turning off the pit limiter. He's getting absolutely swamped by the Ferraris into the first corner. That's an absolute disaster for the Cemal car. Heading into the Dunlop chicane. There's a Ferrari there trying to dive bomb. I believe it's the Sim Apex 64 Max Jansen. It is. Oh, and that's Ibrahim Khan going round. Oh no. That is
exactly what the Seawolf team did not need to happen. Ibrahim Khan taking a spin. He's at the back of the field. The man who qualified on pole, the master of Le Mans, spun at the first corner, and there he is, the 74, all the way at the back of the grid. Oh dear, what a terrible start for Ibrahim Khan.
It's no problem, Ross. He's doing the last to first challenge. You have to just allow it, basically.
Exactly. Last to first. I mean, there's 12 hours to go. It's not what he wanted. He's already trying to pick off the drums already, just coming down the Mulsanne. I'm sure he's going to be a bit angry with himself there. I'm not sure if there was contact or if there was that was just his own mistake. But he's going to be carving through the field now. He's still got a few hours left in his stint. So it's going to be a big shift today from Ibrahim Khan. He's going to have to put a lot of work in. So we'll have to see what happens. And he's managed to make 2 places for the first Mulsanne chicane, so that's good at least. And there's a Ferrari really running over the curve, and Ibrahim Khan's getting a bit twitchy as well there. And GTE category all very, very close on this first lap. The Brazilian BMW trying to hold off that Ferrari there. I believe that might be the Royal Blue Ferrari. I couldn't quite see who it was.
That is the Royal Blue Ferrari, but I think they're going to work together. Both of them need to get back in the podium positions.
The Royal Blue Ferrari really needs to make up that ground. They want to keep their sponsor, so Ibrahim Khan maybe needs to maybe the Seawolf team manager. Oh, and that's the Royal Blue Ferrari off the road, and the BMW. I think they made contact. Oh dear, just as we were saying, they need to work together. The commentators curse strikes, and around the Royal Blue car goes. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of it, but what matters is that they've taken a spin into the gravel in the second Mulsanne chicane. Edgar de Rick, and he's gone round, and that is an absolute disaster. And Darius Andre has managed to hold on to the lead, set a lap that is a second faster than anyone else as well. That's a very good first lap from Darius Andre. He's got a bit of a gap to Benjamin Gilzinski, so that's a solid start for Darius Andre. But here is the once stricken Royal Blue racing car. That's a big shame there for that team. You know, they were really looking for a strong start. So shame for that team. In the LMP2 category, we can see here it's all very, very close still. Into the 4 chicanes they go. That's the Seawolf car that's trying to win the championship and hasn't been running too well. So it's a yeah, it's all very close. Just this swarm of Oricas just coming around the corner. Luckily, the first lap has been reasonably clean, apart from the 2 spins we saw. That's a very much a positive thing to scope on to take from the start of this race. 11 hours and 50 minutes to go of the 12 hours of Le Mans. It's been a crazy first lap. He's hoping for a crazy rest of the race, really. And as it starts to settle into its rhythm, and we can see here the DPI category, we've got Andy Tomlinson trying to make a move on Joseph Kaufman. I don't think he's going to be close enough for the dive bomb into the second Mulsanne chicane, but if he manages to get a good exit, he could definitely have a run up into the Mulsanne corner. A bit of a twitch on the exit. I don't think it was that good of a run, unfortunately, but if he's still reasonably close, if he's feeling brave on the brakes, he could try and set up a Daniel Ricciardo style move and just send one up the inside. I'd expect him to definitely have a look. And behind them, the Lightning McQueen car still going strong. P7 doesn't have a look into the Mulsanne corner, but maybe he's trying to set up into Indianapolis. Who knows?
Battle ahead, I can see. That's Checkers overtaking Gilzinski for P2. Gilzinski has dropped down. What is it with these leaders this race? And they're back and forth now again.
And yeah, the Benjamin does appear to have dropped down into 3rd place. He's not saying he has on his graphic, on our graphics or on the live timer, so maybe he's managed to work his way back up into P2 or not. I'm not sure, but he's definitely struggling on this opening segment of this race, which is very confusing because that Seawolf car is typically dominant no matter what the scenario is. Maybe they're just a bit weak on heavy fuel, or maybe the track hasn't rubbed into quite really like it. Maybe he's just mentally just been a bit distracted, needs to get back into the rhythm of things, who knows. But what we do know is that Darius Andre is currently getting a bit of a lead on that Seawolf car, and at the moment Sim Apex are in a very pacey position, even with 11 hours and 45 minutes to go on the clock. They're sitting quite happily leading this race.
Ibrahim Khan has gained a lot of positions back. He is now in P8 and GTE, and this is all in the matter of how many? 1 lap?
Yeah, about 1 lap. I mean, there is a reason they call him the Master of Le Mans. He's extremely experienced around here, loves that Porsche. loves rFactor 2, loves this track. So it's I mean, even to Pier, that is surprising, but I was expecting to carve through the field anyway after that spin. So hopefully give it a couple of laps and Ibrahim should be back where he belongs, near the top of the grid in GTE category. You know, the question is once he gets there, will he have eaten through his tyres? Because he's going to be angry, he's going to be driving extremely hard to get through the pack because he wants to lose as little time as possible.
I have to say, you're asking, is he going to burn through the tyres? And as you said, Ibrahim Khan, king of Le Mans, it just won't happen, honestly. I think he's just has a different strategy. I mean, he'll be back up there, that's for sure. Give it 2 hours and I promise you he'll be within the top 3, at least.
Yeah, we know he's going. It's just a case of when and how his car's going to be. You know, obviously he could get caught in another incident. He could so anything could happen to one Ibrahim Khan as he carves his way through the pack. Focusing here on the battle for 14th, it appears that it's the no, it's not the liveryless Porsche. It's now got a livery, and it's followed by one of the Brazilian Corvette. I believe it was Van der Holland car. And still going strong. It's the only car in the field with the Corvette. It's not particularly fast. I actually wasn't very inspired by it when I drove it, to be honest. When I bought the endurance pack for myself, kind of gave everything a little test. I found Russo, I thought the Corvette was probably the weakest car out of the bunch, but they seem to have a confidence in the car, and they seem to enjoy driving it. Otherwise, well, they would be here, would they? So they're going to try their best and to life through what they can with that big American V8 motor, and just try and do what they can. And at the moment, it's not running too well. It's a big V8 as well, so it's going to. Bit like the BMW with its big V8. It's going to be a bit yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens on the strategy front, but we'll have to see. As they carry on going around. My phone's just frozen there, apologies. But I'm back with the action now. Yeah, I was just saying, obviously the Corvettes. Oh, there's a Ferrari off into the background there, onto the gravel, coming out of the second Porsche Cayenne. I believe Ibrahim Khan has the fastest lap in the GTE category, or that might just be for the session full stop. Nope, he does have the fastest lap by about 5 tenths. So Ibrahim Khan putting himself to work. He's got a bit of work to do. Currently, Sean Jacobs leading the way in the SpeedyMod Ferrari in the GTE category, followed by Max Janssen in the SimApex 68, which is looking to win the championship today. Then Daniel Krasny in the OSR Ferrari. Cameron Sansano is in fourth, and Michael Wozniak is in fifth. Say that, I thought there was a bit of a position change there. There hasn't been. That being said, Cameron Sansano is there has been a position change. I lied, I was looking at live timing a lot on my screen. He's managed to make the place up on the Mulsanne in the second SpeedyMod Ferrari. So that's good for SpeedyMod. They've been rapid these last few races. And if you notice in the background, that is one of the Porsches. Excuse me, yawning there. One of the Seawolf Porsches. Obviously running quite well, so that's positive to see. And if you just gaze off into the distance, you won't see him, but coming is one Ibrahim Khan. So keep your eyes peeled for when he arrives, because he's the fastest man in the GT field at the moment, and he's definitely going to be pushing himself. He's going to be pushing the tyres, pushing the car. As long as he doesn't put it in a wall or get caught in an incident of some description, he's going to be quick. So we'll have to see what happens. I'm trying to decipher where he is on my mini-map, but there's so many cars going around, I literally cannot see him. Which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. We continue to go around. And... oh, something's gone on my phone is being incredibly...
oh, something's gone wrong. Ibrahim Khan is in last place.
Ibrahim Khan's in last place, ooh. maybe Ibram Khan's been involved in an incident again or something, so I said he was going to try and carve through the pack, but maybe I was lying, because Ibram Khan's in last place. Maybe he's coming to the pits for damage or tyres or something like that. But the master of Le Mans race looks like his Saturday afternoon is over. Could be over quite quickly if he stays in there. It might pull that car out, because you know, if you lose this many laps early on, you know you're not going to be able to win. You're trying. That car is trying to win a championship, but when the championship seems out of reach, obviously anything could happen in an endurance race. But you're just going to try your hardest to see what can happen. So, do they retire or do they carry on?
They carry on. They're no longer in last place. They're second to last now. P47 overall.
They are carrying on. That's good to see.
P15 in class. Ibrahim Khan has a long stint ahead of him. We'll see how that actually goes for him.
Indeed, we'll have to see what Ibra can
Yeah, for sure. So good battles here, and it seems that the main Seawolf is now Wozniak, right?
Yes, it is. It's that's the main Seawolf car still fighting for the. I mean, obviously there's still 11 hours and 40 minutes to go of the race, but at that stage, Wozniak is he's going to have to try and carry the team through. So yeah, hopefully that it's not all turmoil for that Seawolf team. Hopefully they can manage to sort themselves out and get back to where they belong with the other car. And yeah, hopefully that car's obviously trying to chase the 68 Sim Apex Junior car, which is currently being piloted by Max Janssen. So they won't want to let that championship just kind of slip away from them, as we just follow the Speedy Mike car around. So I don't, obviously, as I mentioned, still 11 hours even, excuse me, and 40 minutes to go. So just keep an eye on it, see what happens. There is the legend himself, Ibrahim Khan.
That's the conflict, I gotta say, Ross. You know, it was I think Ibrahim Khan was our only pick that we agreed on mostly. Like, the only one we picked that would definitely win a class, and now he's in P15. I think we just jinxed it, honestly.
Exactly, he's rapid. He's a rapid driver, and Le Mans is his playground. It really is. He just absolutely loves the circuit. Oh, and there's the DPIs coming through. And that's,
yeah, Andre is leading now. Sorry, no, Galczynski is now leading. I don't know what that.
So Benjamin's obviously turned up the pace. He's suddenly got himself quite a significant gap, actually, to Darius Andre. So there you are. The lapping has started here at the SimplyMod Endurance Series finale. As someone's hit past his lap time, I can't quite read too because it's a bit blurry. What's going on? There's a spin there!
Check it.
Late check it's going round.
And Andre has also
Andre, so I'm not sure if there was contact there or someone made a mistake and they pushed one. There must have been contact there because they both spun out, both managed to get it going in the right direction again. That's going to be great news for that Seawolf car that Benjamin Gilzinski is driving, because he's now just managed to pull about 8 seconds on both of them because they've spun, so now he can just kind of ease off the pace a bit. There's a penalty for Niels Fischer in the already a penalty in the LMP2 category. So just going to try and check in on the penalty channel, or the complaints channel even, if my laptop wants to work, and see what's going on in there. Steward reports, here we are. Steward announcements, not steward reports. So we have a drive-through penalty for the car number 145 for a dive bomb in and
if AFP play this any clever, what they're gonna do is actually have closer hold up Andre. But this just means Galczynski will just fly away now, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're early in the race, they want to be scrapping for position, but what they've got to understand as well, they're scrapping for position. Gilzinski is absolutely licking his lips and just darting off into the distance, so just see what happens here. There's been 2 penalties so far, there's been both dive bombs really, so in the LMP2 and LMP2 and the GTE category, I believe. So keep an eye on that, and the AFP car have reported. So it appears that Darius Andre went, according to this a report from Ernest with the AFP car, which is probably not biased, even though he's one of the drivers. He's typically very level-headed, Ernest. He's saying that that they binned it and went off and then rejoined dangerously at the first Mulsanne chicane, and then they've also reported the dive bomb contact between them for the positions. That's I mean, if this depends what the stewards say, but that's potentially 2 penalties if you excuse me. Oh, sorry, I probably need to get a drink. My throat's a bit dry. But yeah, that's potentially 2 penalties there for that Sim Apex 64, which is not what they need at this stage of the race at all. There's have to see what the stewards say with that one. There's another steward announcement, and there is a 10-second stop and go for Darius Andre for the incident at the chicane. So that is not what the Sim Apex squad needed. So Darius Andre has managed to get himself a 10-second stop and go, so he's going to have to pop into the pits and sort that out for himself. That's a big disappointment for that 64 Sim Apex squad. Hopefully it's not too bad for them. So yeah, so as we follow this LMP2, and I'll just keep an eye on the steward announcement channel, just to keep you informed on penalties.
Anyway, I'll be away for a short bit, just about 10 minutes or so, but I'm sure Ross will keep you entertained. And Ross, you need to, honestly, I don't know, you're a bit sleepy today, Ross. You need to get there.
I know.
We got a good race on our hands.
I know. I'm tired. I'm trying my very best. Well,
take the Adderall, honestly. If you're going to get rested later, just find your closest roadman and just get some.
Exactly. I'm sure I'll be awake by this evening. Right, so you got me for this. Yep, Darius 100 penalty is confirmed, and you're very welcome. And Darius 100 also has a warning for the dive bomb. So that is a penalty and a warning for Darius Andre there. That's not ideal for that squad. I've been pinged while I've been pinged completely quiet. Sorry, Discord is distracting me. I'm not gonna let Discord distract me. I'm gonna get the race distract me as we carry on going. Oh, and that is the. I've just realised that Porsche is actually losing the Porsche Esports livery. That's quite interesting. I don't think they are the Porsche Esports squad. So well, I'd expect them to be right up the field, but see what we can do. The lapping of cars continues here at Virtual Le Mans. And the Porsche trying to get a move, and it looks like it's going to be a 3-way Hakkinen Senna Prost, kind of, not Hakkinen Senna Prost, what was it like? Hakkinen Schumacher move kind of going on here. There's a Porsche darting around, there's another Porsche darting around, there's a BMW darting around, gets a bit touchy into Indianapolis. I need to cough again, if you will excuse me, apologies. I should really get a cup of tea or something, but I can do that after my stint. I've got half an hour left. Half an hour to deal with me, unfortunately, you lot. The BMW now chasing down the white Porsche. I'm not sure what team that is because I cannot tell because they didn't have a livery, but I can kind of predict from their livery. I know that BMW. Oh no, I can't tell because the light time goes up. Never mind. Oh, and I've jumped. It's disappointed to see the Brazilian racing team BMW running pretty poorly, to be honest, in this early stage of the race. You know, obviously the BMW is not the quickest car by a long shot, but it is, when set up right, it can be pretty rapid. So we'll have to see what they can do. Maybe their car hasn't quite come alive yet. Now you can see them. Oh, and there's a car off there. That's the Royal Blue Racing car, I think, that's gone off. And it's that's really not ideal for that team. Rejoins pretty safely. off the track, so that my assumption is that they have damage. Yep, he's not running too well. He is. We'll see them diving into the pits in a second, I think. Is that the actual Porsche Esports team? No, I don't think it is. I believe it's just the livery that they're using. I don't remember anybody losing their mind in the Discord about the Porsche Esports team being in the list. So as they continue to lap round. If anybody wants any updates on any sporting events, please let me know. If you need any help with homework or questions or something like that, I'm happy to help. Yeah. I'm here for you, YouTube chat. So Ibrahim Khan is still slicing through this field as he goes on his way, on his quest to the front of the pack. He's obviously that very early spin at the Dunlop chicane was not ideal, but he's going to try his best anyway. Going to try and improve. Someone's typing this during report channel, so I'm just going to keep my eye on it. Someone's PC's not having a good day either. That's forever relatable. Given the state of my current PC, I'm just going to see what David Marston is going to say in the Stuart Report channel. I believe that's a GTE driver, so obviously some argy-bargy going on there. Well, so we can follow as well. And that BMW just slipping further and further back. It's really disappointing to see that, you know, obviously I'm totally not biased towards the BMW, but it's race pace having been good for the first 30 minutes. Hopefully they can sort it out. The qualifying pace was decent, the race pace isn't great. Not sure if it's just struggling in the early phases against the Porsches, but we'll have to see what happens. David Austin is no longer typing in the Report channel. That's disappointing. Always love a bit of gossip. Ibrahim Khan has completely bolted from this pack, and that BMW is still falling back. It's really upsetting to see, to be honest. I really want the BMW to do well. I'm not a BMW fanboy per se, but I do love BMWs. Bit and there, if you are a German. Ignore my awful pronunciation. There goes the Seawolf LMP2 around the outside. Have some Porsches there. And looks like Maximilian, yeah, it's going to use Gabriel getting lapped. Oh no, never mind, he's not going to do it because he's been dive bombed by an AFB car into the final chicane. It's that stage in the race where it just, you cannot do anything as a GC because you are just getting absolutely lapped by everybody. Someone's having connection issues, so that could be a problem. But could be connection. I was now complaining in the chat about something. See, I do love reading the Shield Report channel. It's always a good laugh. Ibrahim, that's not Ibrahim Khan, that's Michael Wozniak. Apologies. Gets himself in third place. It's good to see the Seawolf cars running very well today. Obviously, Ibrahim Khan has got some mad pace. Wagon. Really is absolutely slicing up the field. He's taking some stuff, I reckon. Ibrahim Khan is Daniel Krasnov managed to get back ahead. Ibrahim Khan on the hardcore drugs to try and improve his sim racing experiences. Clearly. Now then, can Michael get the move done? Apologies, that is a Michael. I can't pronounce names. Into the Mulsanne corner. Bit of argy-bargy going into the corner. Robbie's racing. He's going to come off worse. That LMP2 is going to go around the outside. It's 3 wide, and the Ferrari is going to dive in to try and get the slipstream, which was very smart of him. And it looks like the Ferrari does have managed to utilise the slipstream and get the momentum. And now Wozniak is going to try and get the momentum back off the Ferrari and have the inside line into Indianapolis. Here we go. This is going to get a bit interesting. 2 wide into Indianapolis. Let's see what happens here through the dip. Oh, and Wozniak pulls back off. And Krasnov a little bit sideways through there. Just a little bit. Nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. Wozniak's still all over the back of him. That Cemal car really looking for to get the move done. Doesn't quite get the move done yet. But the LMP2 go past. He's practically pushing Krasnov down the straight. And now he's going to have a look into the Porsche curves, surely. And, ooh. Apparently someone's brake checked someone, that's interesting. I don't think anyone would have brake checked someone, I think they would have just hit the brakes to avoid spinning out. I think that's how brakes work. Typically. And it appears that Wozniak's had a very poor corner there. I think he ran 1. I was just looking at the studio report now. But I saw the dust being picked up, so apologies for missing that, but he has fallen back a little bit. As he continues to pump in the laps here at Virtual Le Mans.
Ross McIntyre is
You're
gone,
back.
it seems. Or are you back? Or are you here? I don't know.
I am here, yes. I briefly took my headphones off to sort something out in my room.
I am back indeed. I don't think a lot has really missed me other than Andre serving his penalty.
No, it's been pretty steady away. There was apart from that spinner, there's been a bit of battling in a GTE. Benjamin Gilzinski has managed to just completely pull away in DPI, so that's interesting to see. And Lemans has not really done similar, but he's managed to the 2 cars at the front of the LMP2 category managed to get a gap going. So at least there's that.
Oh, look, battle for the lead in LMP2.
And here we are. Zoltan Boda trying to get down the outside of Roland Zooks, I believe.
Yeah, for the Mugen sim racing team.
Not quite going to be able to do it, but... Oh, and Roland Zooks was really wide for AFP there.
Well, he keeps the position for now, but they've been battling on and off for a while now. They seem to be
He's going to
like...
come eventually. He's got the momentum. He's not got the He's got the outside, but he's also got the momentum coming in to the Mulsanne Kink and Mulsanne corner, or Mulsanne corner, and that was the Mulsanne Kink earlier. Not close enough for a. If he gets a really good exit, he could be looking, and that is a very nice exit there. For Zoltan Boda could be looking for a move into Indianapolis as we follow them down this kind of second back straight. Oh. And he pulls out to the inside. Looks like he's got the inside line coming in through the kink.
Yeah, but for the second one, should will have the inside. It's a very good battle they have going on here. Oh.
Ooh. Lovely stuff there by Roland Suits. He's managed to squeeze around the outside and hold on to the position. That's great racing there. You know, we saw earlier in the GTU when people were trying to go in there too wide, they were backing off, but he's more brave than that. He's going to pedal to the metal and keep it going. He's either going to end up on a wall or he's going to hold that position.
Oh yeah.
As they're now
Look, there's
the
the
Porsche
first
curve.
round of pit stops, sorry for interrupting. So this is where we'll see
Okay.
if there anything interesting happens.
And yeah, thanks for pointing that out. We can see the DPIs are coming into the pits here.
All of them
So-
at the same lap as well.
Yeah, so it looks like that is the extent of the DPI's fuel. I'm sure their tyres will be okay, but for fuel, yep, looks like the this is the moment where you stop as they
Yeah, Schutz is
oh, there's
coming
the
in, and
LMP2
so
and
is
both
Boda.
of them come in. So now it's time to see what happens if anyone has a faster pit stop, if anyone is taking tyres or not. That's when it's going to happen. So let's see what happens. Who comes out the pits first in this battle for the lead in LMP2? 11 minutes and 20. They've been out for 45 minutes and they're already coming into the pits. Now it's quite early.
Drusilla hasn't pitted as the only person in DPI, so they're doing some good fuel saving then at F1RO.
They are indeed. Obviously, fuel saving is your best friend in such a long race. You want to be trying to do what you can, but you also want to be quick. So it's that balancing act of, you know, going slow enough to save fuel, but also going fast enough to stay competitive.
And the other Mugen has stayed out. 11 lap
That is
stint.
interesting. So they may be trying to go for one more lap
Yeah.
compared to the other cars and see if they can do something interesting.
Oh
Oh,
my
there's contact in
God.
the pits! Oh no! Roland Sukes has had someone turn a crossing.
Oh, that
in the
isn't
pit
Roland
box.
Zooks anymore, that's David Mocek. It
That
says
is?
on the live timing.
They've had a driver swap. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I
Had a
think
driver
the
swap this early.
overlay is a bit behind. I think it'll update soon. But there has been a driver swap.
There has been a driver swap. Well, there you are. It is David Mocek. I'm surprised it's quite early to do a driver swap, but that's fair enough. That's the strategy they want to go for. But he's just obviously you can't really have like safe releases per se in Simrus because you don't have a man there standing you telling you when to leave the pit box. You're all just gonna kind of do it yourself and pray. And that's what's happened there. He's tried to pull out just as someone else has tried to pull into their box, and they've touched. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad. I'll be keeping my eye on the Steward Report channel because I'm expecting anything to come in any moment now. There has been a penalty somewhere. There is 2 warnings happened, but nothing major. Not just yet, anyway. And there's Neil Fisher coming out of the pits. There's Zoltan Boda. He's quite a way behind from where he was, which is not what you want to see. There was a really long pit stop. I don't know if they've taken more fuel. Oh, that's Darius Andre.
It is. The race can go any worse for them.
What has happened there? So that car, what's happened? He's just bummed. Oh, and he smashes into the wall. Oh, dear.
So
What I think happened.
I'm looking at the standings, Ross, and it seems that Boda has come out very far behind. So while Mrocek is in the provisional lead as Marconi hasn't pitted yet, Boda has fallen down very far back. I think, let me see what's up with them.
That is very strange to see. Darius Andres seriously clearly got some big damage, but I don't know what happened if he just spun him out of Tetra Route. But yeah, not sure what happened to the movement squad. They just had a really long pit stop. Just coming
Maybe
out of
the
pit.
others are just double stinting their tires, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get like an undercut kind of thing going with some fresh tyres, or I'm not sure because I'd expect that you're taking a full tank of fuel on every stop. So
Sure, yeah.
so very confused to see what happens. Maybe they had damage they wanted to repair. I'm not sure, especially seeing as how the AFP car had a driver change and they still came out ahead by a significant margin.
Yeah, I don't think driver changes actually add any time in ARL.
I don't know. Oh, that's good then. That's fair enough. So my mistake there. They do not. I'm just an idiot apparently. As we oh,
You're fine.
that's very close. That's a bit close between 3rd and 4th place in the GTE category there. As they fight through the Porsche curve. Again, just not quite using all of the track there, but there are those bumps there, so unsettle the car, so it can be slower if you try and run more wide there. Use all of the track on the way into the first chicane though.
And then some coming into the second chicane. Oh, and actually, Michael Wozniak has actually used all of the track and then a bit more. As he comes out of the final chicane, he clips the gravel a bit. That's not ideal, but that's what happens in motorsport. Sometimes you make mistakes. As they come through the Dunlop curves, the legendary section of corners, which is the test of time. Obviously seen some big accidents there in real life over the years. Alan McNeish had an absolutely huge accident there a couple of years back. I think it was 2011. And he was in the Audi, he just went straight on essentially. And more cars in the pits here, or coming out of the pits I should say. That's some of the LMP2 cars there. These are the cars that went an extra lap I think on their fuel. Jack Smith here, and then over Finlandia car, trying to now shake off everyone else as they've come out into a real sticky bit of traffic. And you can actually see in the Dunlop curve there's actually a bit of a sheen developing on the racing line. It's there's a bit of a black spot when the rubber is flicking off the car, so it's interesting to see that developing this early in the race. And there's the Brazilian BMW team in the background, seemingly starting to run a bit better now, further on into the stint. They still haven't stopped yet, I don't think, but don't hold me accountable on that one. I'm not 100% sure. And Jack Smith just dropping some. They've really come out into a really bad place there. Obviously, people have a strategist, but they likely don't have a strategist. Just come out in the middle of a pack of GTEs and LMP2 cars, so he's found himself getting delayed on his outlap, which is far from ideal. And if you cast your eyes down to the GTE category, the leading one, you cast your eyes down to who's in 6th position, you'll notice that there's one Ibrahim Khan has already worked his way up to 6th place. That's astonishing stuff there. Moving come, there's Darius Andre in the pit, getting repairs for that incident earlier. That Sim squad have had a really bad day today. I mean, it's only 45 minutes into the race, and already we have had penalties. They've spun, they've got damage. They were leading at one point. They're definitely not leading now. And Ibrahim Khan is not in that car. The graphics lying to you. I don't know who is in that car actually. He's ahead of Cameron Santano because he's Cameron Santano trying to get the move done with Ibrahim Khan, but I don't think he will be able to get the move done because obviously it's the master of Lemans himself. A Porsche magician that is Ibrahim Khan.
The Porsche magician. I like that, I like that. That was a good
There you go. New nickname for Ibrahim Khan, the Porsche magician. Bang. He tries to hold off Cameron Sassano, as there's also an LMP2 trying to have a look as well, so that could get in the way of both of them. Not ideal for either LMP2 or the GT cars, but that is the nature of endurance racing. It is what it is. There's a it's all kicking off in the show report channel. Still no penalties, just a lot of warnings. Hopefully we don't have another warning fest like Daytona, if you remember back to the Daytona, 8 hours of Daytona round, the second round of the championship. There was a lot of stuff going on in the Steward Report channel, shall we say. There was everyone and their mum was complaining about one thing or another. I think that AOL actually had to release a statement about what had happened, so we'll have to see what's happening
Andre
there.
has crashed again.
Oh no! Darius Andre is having a mare. He is absolutely having him there. This race could not have gone any worse, and there he is. Sim Apex driver, smoke pouring from the back of that DPI. It really just isn't his day, is it? That's the second time he's crashed now. I might just hop onto the Sim Apex Discord and see if it's kicking off in there.
They don't seem too happy, judging by their Discord.
No.
I'm sure they're happy with the GT, but I don't know, it seems like DPI is really Sim Apex's curse. Like, you can argue that they have pace to win every round, right? But then they haven't actually won a single round in DPI this season. Their best finish was second. Just a matter of different variables, whether it's just them crashing, getting penalties. They just can't catch a break, the Sim Apex guys in DPI.
No, they can't, and it is a shame. Obviously, they're a great team. Sim Apex, they've been around for a fair few years now. Kind of well established. They're kind of the ARL team. They're kind of the picture boy ARL team. They've always been around. They've won every series of the F3 Championship, and they've always been quick in the endurance as well. So it's a shame to see them, struggling like this. You always want to. They are a nice bunch of guys, so you do want to see them try and do well. But it is what it is in these scenarios. You just got to do your best. Unfortunately, Darius Andre is just one of those days for him. By looks things, it's all getting a bit feisty in the background with all the LMP2s there. There's like one slides up the inside of the Porsche, which bounces over the curbs a bit. But yeah, it's a shame for Darius Andre.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed by the DPIs right now. I mean, it's a pity with Andre. You'd think that the battles would be closer, but you just look at the gaps and there's nothing going on. At least not now anyway. 26-second gap to the leader. And the closest there is between Kaufman and Klose, which is around 3 seconds. But there just isn't much going on there, and it's the same for LMP2. I mean, GTE, you're right, they are not disappointing, and the battles there are just immense.
I'd say they'll win. It will happen eventually. So you just gotta kind of take that and hope, I suppose. If you're a Sim Apex fan watching, or you're a Sim Apex driver waiting for your stint, believe in the process. It'll happen eventually. Eventually, one day.
One day, that's for sure. Maybe next season. I mean, this
Maybe
race,
next season, obviously.
we're not even an hour in, so they could still win. It's not likely, but they could. You never know what's gonna happen.
I mean, obviously this race is going on into the early hours of Sunday morning. Possibility I might still be awake, still watching. I won't be commentating at that point, but you could see something miraculous here. You could see Darius Andre, he'll really pull his visor down, get on with it, roll his sleeves up, get the job done. So we'll have to see what can happen. So it's yeah, we'll have to see what can happen here. I can hear my family going mental outside my room for some reason because we're getting McDonald's for lunch, so apologies if you can hear that as well.
Can't hear that. I think you just wanted to flex you're getting McDonald's.
Yeah, I am getting McDonald's. How do you feel?
I had some yesterday, not gonna lie.
Nice. I haven't had
Legend said the
McDonald's in
Stinger
such a long
burger was
time.
better than the Big Mac, but you don't actually really know. It depends on your preference. I had some nuggets myself.
That's
Don't know
fair
what
enough. I do like a Big Mac. I do. I just like. I mean, I'm probably gonna get Big Mac today. Actually, I'm not sure.
Big flex, honestly. Big flex.
In fact, if I remember correctly, there was a car that was sponsored by McDonald's in real life LMP2 a couple of years ago. I think.
Oh well. Yeah, we can't shout at McDonald's that much. We got our own sponsors, of course, the SimplyMod, who you should check out. Sadler Computers for all your server needs and lift.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good time actually to go to an ad break. I think we're about due one anyway, so I think what we'll do is we'll head off for an ad break and then come back. Yeah, and then we'll be off in a bit, and You'll be alone with Violet for a couple hours. She's gonna take it away, and then Antoni will be back after that. And yeah, then we'll go from there. So as there's a car going straight on at the Marston corner, so yeah, we're just gonna have a quick ad break, and then we'll be back.
Thank you.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel. Visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the finale of Season 2 of the SimplyMod Endurance Series. We've lost Antoni, but we are now joined by Violet. How are you doing, Violet? You alright?
Yeah, just finished watching the first stint that my team did.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It kind of
That's
went
good to
okay. I mean, we got taken out, well, spun around actually at the second Walls-End chicane on lap 1. A complete carbon copy of an incident that I had in the last race from last season.
That's fair enough. That's what kind of happens in endurance racing, you know. Incidents happen. I mean, it's a bit weird it was a carbon copy, but, you know, it's
Yeah.
how it is.
Also, one of our driver got a bit of a wheelbase issue, so we had to cut their stint down to just one stint instead of the double. But that's fine, we've everything sorted now.
That's good to hear. Right, on that note, I'm going to leave you be. I believe I've got a stint with you commentating this evening, so I'll see you then. Have fun.
Alright. Yay! Time to
In
be
a
on my
bit.
own.
In a
It's fun
bit.
that way. Yeah,
See ya.
see ya. 'Cause I've just actually seen a penalty. Oh, I couldn't see who got a penalty, but one of the LMP2 cars there was receiving a penalty for, I don't know why. I'll actually just check Stewart's chat in a second. But right now, they're just looking at Palm Kirsten, I think, trying to catch Peter Forgax, and who's just up ahead for the top 10 position in LMP2. With some GTEs actually behind, so, I mean, as we see a Corvette into the pits, Felipe Henrique from 14th position coming into the pits. I think actually maybe a drive-through. Not sure because I didn't see them pit, but they exit the pits now. And a penalty just actually being assigned to Felipe Henrique. So maybe maybe they just sped in the pit lane too, so that's going to be a double blow for them after already coming into the pits, and it's such a slow pit lane here. As actually we cut to Benjamin Gilshinki in the leading number 42 Seawolf car. It was an exciting qualifying from that car, and I think that was one who got pole with an absolutely storming lap. As we actually just look at LMP2 glitching through the floor. Got the 36 DPI behind, that's 1 lap down. Maybe even 2. Actually. The speed these cars can carry through the Porsche curves is unbelievable. You can carry it flat through the first part, so through the left-hander and the right-hander and the left-hander, and you just brake slightly for the right-hander, and then you can continue round. It's so exciting and thrilling. There's actually been nothing from the Stewards reports. Stewards announcements for roughly 20 minutes now, so it's actually been fairly clean on track. As we're now looking at the battle for 8th place, the DDoS car of Alex Tunbridge trying to defend from, I think that's Jan Feenstra in the fry behind. Going through the final chicane now and blasting across the start-finish line gap. 0.8 of a second, with a DPI actually coming behind, so maybe that could provide some interesting things to the bow.
That's gonna be an interesting fight in the Mulsanne straight. It's Prinstra and Tunbridge. Might be interesting.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh, also, hello there. I didn't realize
Hello.
you joined.
Just came for a quick one.
Cool.
How's it going race-wise? Looking good?
Yes. It's actually been rather clean. No code 80s yet. I heard there was a report of a car that was slow, but that luckily didn't require the slow code 60s that you get, like a 10-minute lap on code 60. It's slow, but as Feenstra actually not gaining as much as I thought. In fact, actually kind of losing time to the Porsche in front.
Yeah,
as there's just been a penalty assigned to Nick Newcomb, and that would be the 360 DPI. There's been nothing in the announcement, so I'm not sure what that is for.
It might be for track cutting, because those are also...
Yeah. Just failed to notice.
It's a drag race to the next corner.
Yeah, Feenstra looking like he's ahead ever so slightly. He is, and he gets the move done going into the second chicane. Not sure what happened to Alex. Maybe getting a bad exit out of the first chicane, but actually now looks to be in the draft and gaining again on Feenstra. This could be tight going into the Mulsanne corner. Trying to get alongside, nearly there. As they now heading to the kink, Tunbridge backs out, sensible there. As Feenstra locks up, and that allows Tunbridge to go down the inside. It's now a drag race down to Arnage.
It looks like the Porsche is a bit quicker on the top end speed, so might be interesting.
And still side by side, it's very, very close here. Feenstra, I think, will have to back out just because he's on the outside, and he does. Tunbridge retakes a position with 11 hours remaining. It's been exciting, and I will admit, normally expect not LMP2s, what's the word I'm looking for? Endurance races to be slow and careful, not many battles, but it's good to see him going at it just 1 hour in.
It's been an interesting fight, especially in the GT field, and looking at the DPIs, the gaps there are a bit bigger now at the moment, but the GTEs and LMP2s, they're still very close to each other, so some interesting fights to be had in the next 11 hours.
Yeah, no, that is true, because championships are relying, of course, as we look into the flurry of GTEs that are coming into the pits. You can see Sean Jacobs and Daniel Kajanai both in the pits together, both in second and third respectively, so it could be close coming out of the pits, depends if they take on more fuel or tyres. The Ferraris, I believe, were said they could go one lap quicker. As it's Max Janssen in the lead with the Sim Apex number 68 Ferrari. I believe that car was going well in Portimao. Not sure if they won it or not. I'll just actually have a look. I think they did.
That's crucial for Max to be as high as he can for the championship. It's between him and Sim Apex at the moment. This car.
Yeah.
I mean Seafulk, so it's Sim Apex versus Seafulk.
Oh yeah.
What's on the championship? 20 points separate them with 54 on offer for the winner.
Oh yeah. It's like double points, isn't it? Yeah, and looking at results from Portimao, the Sim Apex, this car, the 68, finished P2 ahead of the Seawolf car, so it's still all to play for in GTE. As there's been a warning number 2 for the 787 car moving under braking, so they're getting close to a penalty now, already having 2 out of the 3 warnings given. As we now lose Santu. And we look through Ben Crooks just, I think, actually getting past that traffic there, because they're 4.8 seconds away from the nearest car for position. So just taking it easy, I'd say, around traffic. It's nice to see that everyone is cooperating, as actually that Porsche's trying to get back. And going into the second chicane gets the move done. But still the positions haven't updated, and I'm actually not seeing any blue flags, so maybe that is for position. Not sure. I'll have to actually check live timing on that. As just taking a look there, looks to be the Acura coming behind and come up to this wall of 3 GTEs and getting past one already. Will it try to get past before Anaj? Yes, and does. Cutting back heavily in front of GTEs, but luckily had the straight line speed to actually have a gap, enough of a gap to do it safely. As that actually, I think, has allowed the Ferrari to catch up to Ben Crooks, and this could be a path for position here. Ben Crooks going defensive, and it's now 3 wide, going on the run down to the Porsche curves. And Ben Crooks, I think, may lose out to, oh no, they hold position and go in to the Porsche curves as you were coming out of Arnage. This is actually getting rather fun, but I'm not sure if that other Porsche is is a lap ahead or a lap behind. I'm not seeing blue flag, so maybe it is a lap ahead. I can look at the number, I'll be able to check it on live timing. It's the... Oh, I can't see it there. I think it... I don't know. Oh, a penalty... Another penalty being assigned to Felipe Henrique. That's what? About 3 penalties assigned in the space of 20 minutes? And there's still been no reports, so maybe it's track cutting and speeding in the pit lane. As the 29 car has also been given a drive-through, and that's apparently for going wide, not cutting a track. Also, more stewards announcements says there's a yellow flag in Sector 1. Quickly removed, so maybe just a spin. And the number 13 car has got a warning for moving into the 15's line, so not sure if that's class on class or maybe a fast class cutting for sorry, I'm choking. Oh yeah. Oh, Ben Crooks is actually 5th place, so I think pit stops may be happening here. And it actually looks like that Porsche is for position, and it is a battle. David Martin and Ben Crooks going side by side on the Mulsanne straight. The Ferrari also looking interested as they go 3 wide and almost contact. Ferrari almost going into the side as the Ferrari makes an excellent double overtake, but gets loose on exit, and that will allow. And Ben Crooks actually had to check up. That allows. No, not Ben Crooks actually. Yes, sorry, I'm getting my driver names confused. Sorry. Ben Crooks had to check up, and does. And I'm sorry, I'm getting so confused here. It's still side by side and almost contact going into Mulsanne. That is really close and really tight racing. Well done to all of them for not making it through with contact. I mean, without absolutely sending one another into the wall and shadow realm. As I saw Jeff Closer actually get a penalty there. So that's probably once again the track cuts. You may actually see that a lot because the track cuts are very strict on this track. If you go out wide ever so slightly, it will give you a track cut. And it's going to be hard for them to actually keep it together without getting a penalty, as I actually just saw another penalty for one of the LMP2s. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat and not sure if the timing overlay looks fine to me. Doesn't seem broken. As I came back on the stream and I saw a DPI almost get squeezed into the barrier. Sorry if it's absolutely delayed, but I just double checked on the stream and I think that actually the 64 car trying to get past traffic in the Porsche curve and almost making it 3 wide. I think sensibly kept it together. As we actually now look onto the battle of the 2 number 7s, it says on the timing, but it's Peter Vagapov in 12th with Adam Zagiva, I'm butchering pronunciations, chasing behind as there's another report of a yellow in Sector 1, quickly withdrawn. So, once again, maybe an off track or a small spin, but everything actually looking okay. Oh! Finlandian car spins and almost collects the back of the number seven. Not sure which one that was. I think it was Zagiva. No contact, but that was so close to running into the back. He gets the 70. I'm sorry, I'm not good with numbers or names, but the Porsche does get going again. Just actually looking, and this bow there's now a bow for Adam Zagiva and Christian Malchuk for P12, gaps 5/10, and also Patrick Silvazzi too. Adam's trying to catch Silvazzi, and that, I believe, is the race leader into the pits. So Benjamin Gilshinki is into the pits for a routine stop. As you can see, all the DPIs coming in. They may or may not do a driver change, and he's actually away and will resume the lead of this race. Actually, is live timing broken? Because that, I mean, not live timing, but the overlay, is it broken? Because it seems frozen, saying that Benjamin Gulshinki is not gaining on anyone and still in second place. And I'm pretty sure he just retook the lead. It still says he's in the... yeah, it's just been refreshed now, and yeah, it does confirm that Benjamin Gilshinki has retaken the lead of the DPI class after that round of pit stops. Came in leading, left leading. As we actually are now joining the LMP2 battle for 5th. 3 cars actually look to be involved and close together. And now they're also coming up on, I think, a Ferrari GTE. That could hold up 2 cars behind, and it goes wide. And the LMP2, I think, is the 28 car behind. Just getting through safely as the LMP2 is actually pitting, so maybe it's pit stop time for the LMP2s too. I think the DPIs go a lap less than the LMP2s, which means it's time for the LMP2's second pit stops of the race. As there's been no further actions for 2 incidents for number 878 and an unknown GT. There was no further action for that, and no further action for another incident involving the 787. So, not seeing many penalties dished out by the stewards, but more penalties actually being dished out by the game, as there's another one for LMP2. I think that's Milner's. Sorry, my eyesight's awful. I'm not the best with eyesight. Yeah, I think that's the name I saw. If you can casually hear me eating a sandwich in the background, just having lunch. So, yeah, LMP2s are now starting to filter out the pits. It's unlikely you'll see any gains or losses. Yeah, just as I said, no gains or losses out the pits, and keeping it easy on these cold tyres. Have to get them up to temperature before you can really attack cut corners. Brakes too, depending on what on what setting you're running to keep the brake temperature up or not. Oh, but no, actually there was a gain. But 66 actually going up into P4. So did one of the other cars have an issue, or will have to pit earlier, or maybe even a longer stop due to some unknown damage? That is some pit stop gains. As going wide there, I think, was Peter Forgat, battling to try and overtake Bartosz Binshik. I'm really going to need to get someone to help me with these pronunciations. But I'm not sure that gap is actually right. What's going on? Oh, cars slowing. Is this a code 80? Is there a code 80 out on track? Everyone seems to have slowed. And I think an hour and 15 minutes in, we have our first code 80. Everyone's slowed. Yep, it's code 80 time. Welcome to Snail's Pace. Don't know who it's for. See if you can find out, please. Because first code 80 out of how many hours? An hour and 15 minutes of racing? It's been clean. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not been just code 80 after code 80. This is the first code 80 of the race. Well, the question is, who is it for? As I can hear, the two triple... Is it the two triple... I don't know. Oh, and there's already been reports of people speeding under code 80. Prepare for these to fly in thick and fast with teams trying to gain just a tiny advantage. As for 170 was reported for speeding under code 80. Still don't know. Still can't see why the code 80 was caused. I'm not seeing any cars actually, well, slow. I'll have to check. Actually, no, live timing would be useless. Because everyone won't be gaining and you won't be able to see where the slower class car is. So it's just like, hunt the missing car. Hunt the car without the rear wing. I'm sorry we can't show you why there's a code 80. I just don't have that information available. Ugh, you can see actually lock-up lines from when cars had to really slam on the brakes, trying to leave it as late as possible, pitting under code 80. Still not saying where the slow car is, so if anybody can in live chat tell me, or anyone say, it will be greatly appreciated. Nobody's actually knows where it is, and it's really unfortunate because it's really unfortunate anyway that the fact that a car has crashed and caused code 80. because that's a long old repair, and he can lose a lot of time in the pit stops. There's no info of why we have the code 80 still. And I can't see on the cars that we've seen on the stream. I can't see any broken. I haven't seen any rear wings found on track. So if anybody knows, please. This is a public appeal to all drivers in the ARL Endurance Series 12 out of Le Mans. Tell why is there code 80? I am still checking, so I haven't seen anything yet. As we actually just see Benjamin Gilshinki, the race leader. Oh, we got some information. So 2 cars, one with no rear wing, and one with damage. So have those 2 cars had an incident together? I do not know. In the Porsche curves right now, so we should be going back to green shortly. Yeah, and of course, since there's no rear wing, of course you're going to have to call a code 80. So actually, apparently, it doesn't seem like the 2 cars were together. So 2 separate incidents? But a few more seconds of code 80 left, should be. But yeah. And so, actually, wow, Benjamin Goshinki has absolutely been hammering that DPI around the track. 42-second gap. It's really impressive from him. But just with code 80, you know what they say? Code 80s breed code 80s. And I hope it doesn't turn into a code 80 fest, because code 80 ended in 10 seconds, actually. So we're going to be back to green in just a sec. And I believe we are back to green flag racing here at the SimplyMod Endurance Series 12 Hours of Le Mans, after a brief interruption for code 80. And it was Jan Veenstra, the Ferrari, one of the Ferrari GTEs we were following, who was having an absolutely amazing battle with the DDoS Porsche of Alex Tunbridge. That was the car that has caused the code 80. Absolutely heartbreaking stuff, because he was doing really well on track. I'm actually just checking. I don't think we've had any retirements so far, and I hope that Veenstra isn't going to be a retirement, because I want to see him keep racing, but I don't know. It's an unfortunate incident. Yes, I remember. Yeah, there we're just cutting to a shot of Jan Veenstra and the 335 car in the pits, no rear wing. And apparently there are 2 cars involved. Can you see if there's a second car in the pit lane? There's a lot of timing appears to be broken. And Jan Veenstra actually leaving the pit lane now with a brand new rear wing on that Ferrari. Seemed to be the only car in the pit lane. And he's back out on track in P13 as some LMP2s will be coming up just in front. I think actually Alex Tunbridge may have been the other car involved. I'm not too sure on that. I can't see anything on live timing. I can't. There's supposed to be 48 cars in this race, and I can only see down to position 41. So I'm not sure who is in the race still. And there's no further action or incident between the number 46 and the 13 car, as apparently the 46 did not dive bomb and the 13 turned in. So it's all kicking off here. As actually you see here side by side, all going into our large. Forgax actually having to back out to avoid any further incidents or code 80s, as there's just a yellow flag in sector 2. That was quickly lifted, and it's now who can get the better exit coming out of, I think that was Indianapolis, so I'm probably wrong on that. I think Indianapolis is the one just after Arnage, as they are actually now heading into the Porsche curves, almost contact, and out wide goes Forgax. That was almost something big, luckily avoiding the rear end of Binchik there. That could have been a huge incident. Another yellow flag in sector 2, and that's quickly cleared away, so probably another spin again. I'm actually kind of my team actually talking in the background, and they confirmed the car had spun in sector 2, so nothing to be worried about. As more LMP2s coming into the pit, and Darius Andre! Oh, Darius Andre now gets another penalty. Not another penalty. He was involved in an incident and now has received a penalty, probably for track cut. And the 64 and the 420 DPIs have all. That's Darius Andre's car and the Pride racing car. Can't see who's at the wheel, but they've both been reported for speeding under code 80. That was done by the. As I'm looking at, and warning 1 for the 170 for speeding under code 80, since it was just a few seconds during the corner, so there was no real gain, so only a warning. As about between Forgax actually got ahead of Binchik here, and it's now another battle between them. It's Binchik actually getting into the draft and is closing, as there is a GTE in front. This could be close, as Binchik actually moves out to the outside, side by side, into the Molzan chicane. Oh, Forgax keeps ahead, but can Binchik get the cutback? And there's a yellow flag quickly. Oh, yellow flag in sector 3, and that hasn't been lifted. It has been lifted now, so either another spin, because it doesn't seem to be anything too serious. Another award. Oh. That was just another confirmation Shua's announcement of why the 170 got a warning, speeding under code 80. As there's been a new best lap time of a 3:28.0 for, I think, I can't see the name, I'm sorry, but you guys on stream could. As Forgax and Binchik still fighting, but that has been interrupted by a GTE, as Forgax actually blocking. That may have been blocking the GTE, the DPI, or actually just trying to overtake the Porsche. But it looked as if he was blocking. But And actually, I figured out why there may have been a yellow flag in Sector 3. The 29 has had an incident, I think lost the rear wing, but is back into the pit lane quickly. So no need for code 80 there. As we're still on board with this battle with Forgax and Bartosz Binshig, and it's actually kind of died down a bit thanks to the DPI traffic getting in between. And drive-through penalty for the code. Not for the code 420, for the 420 Pride racing car speeding under code 80. A huge time gains, not respected for 10 seconds. As actually now, this is a battle between Nick Newcomb and Darius Andre. Darius Andre just lagging slightly, and that actually costs him 2/10. As they go through the Porsche curves, this could be a battle to watch, as right on the rear end of the 360 DPI is Darius Andre. So close. As they actually both get off track there. And actually, that looks to be a Porsche had gone off or going into the pit lane. As getting it, and that allows Darius Andre to get side by side and past Nick Newcomb for P7. A mistake by Nick Newcomb going over the chicanes at the final corner allows Darius Andre to retake 7th place and begin a comeback charge. After actually taking the lead on the first lap and having an incident with lap traffic, and is now down in P7 overall, having suffered a few penalties too. I'm actually just going to check live chat again. We're actually getting reports. Not reports. We're actually getting requests. To watch Kieran Milnes. Not sure why, but probably just for extra screen time. Maybe. It's actually another penalty for Darius Andre. He's absolutely just getting hammered with these penalties. And speeding under code 80 is the reason. So only a drive-through, as actually looking at Timur Benchik and Peter Bendek-Nagy going side by side, and Bendek-Nagy getting removed done just before an arch. And actually didn't get the best of exits. That allows Timur to close up ever so slightly, gap 0.3 of a second, and slightly falling. And actually he's now going up again, so maybe draft isn't as powerful as one might think. As they go into the Porsche curves, the gap is now actually 0.2 of a second, so Timur Benchik actually gaining and going so wide. That's going to lose them a buttload of time. Almost an off track, but managed to actually keep it within the white lines. And actually has a really good exit as there's a yellow flag in sector 2. Quickly removed. Going into the Ford chicanes now. And they both get actually a reasonably good exit. I think actually Timur Benchik actually getting the better exit because the gap is starting to come down more. And they are now going back up to turn 1. no big gains there. So I think that bar may die down for a bit. And actually, I think we may soon start to have some of our first interviews of the race. As the 420 Pride Racing team getting more reports held against them. And some reports that the car in 43 overall is running another team's livery. That could be. Not sure what the penalty is for that, but maybe disqualification or something? I don't know. I can understand why there's two triple... they joined with the wrong skin. So, I don't think anything will be done. I'd say, I know there's two triple nines, because one car... Oh, no! Oh, never mind. I know what that car is. It's that white car you see. So it just didn't select a skim from the skim pack, so yeah. There's no actual issues there, as actually Timia Benchik actually looks like he's closer now to the back of Bendek Nagy. Going into Molzan, who gets the better exit? Oh, Benchik actually just getting a bit on the gravel. No harm don't come of it though. Oh yeah, I'm actually just having a look, and the battle between Timia Benchik and Peter Bendik Nagy has really died down. The gap's now 6/10, and not really expecting anything to really come of that now, unless some sort of incident happens, a spin or half spin. As live timing still isn't showing any people behind position 41, so not sure. I'm actually and we're joined by our first interviewee of the day, Cameron. How do I pronounce that surname? Is it Hayes? You're probably going to have to... Oh, cool. So, how's the race been going for you?
Well, we got off to a really good start. We qualified quite far back, because me and my teammate are both pretty new to this game. And at the start, we gained about 6 or 7 positions through the first 2-3 laps.
Oh, damn.
And then I was in the car, and silly little mistakes just threw us. We in the wall at Indianapolis. We got a drive through, stuff like that. So yeah, we're back down in, I think, 29th now. Yeah, 29th. So
is that in class or overall?
That's overall. I don't know what we are in class. I haven't figured that out yet.
If you're 19th, I can actually just check. What class are you driving?
19th. We're in the Orica. We're in the LMP2s.
Oh yeah, so you're about, I want to say P20, P19. I will absolutely double check that for you, so you can get more information. But to be honest, making up 6 spots, it's in 2 laps is actually quite good. It proves you're good at the race start.
So it's basically I got my computer on Tuesday. My teammate got his computer last night. So we have limited testing.
Rush to practice. I mean, you still both actually got your. At least you have computers and can race, and proving you can actually do it well. You're not that bad from what I've seen.
Well, I mean, it's also our first race together. We've kind of put a team together, and it's our first race together on PC. So yeah, we're seeing what we can pull out of it, but there's a long way to go.
So who's your driver again?
Kieran Milners. He's in 29th, one of the only drivers.
Yeah, 29th overall. Yeah, there's only you and Timia Benchik actually on the mediums. You are actually P20 in class. Unfortunately last, but with a 42-second gap to the next car in front. But you're actually on pace with a lot of teams in the field, if not slightly quicker.
Yeah, that lap was done on the mediums as well on qualifying fuel. So we're running different fuel and different tyres because we know we can run the mediums for 6 hours.
This is during the race actually, though. This is all just showing your best race times.
Yeah, I know. We're running qualifying fuel though. We're running qualification fuel for the whole thing.
Oh, fuel mixture or actual fuel?
Yeah, fuel mixture.
Yeah, I was about to say, what, every 2 laps? But
yeah,
the fact that you can do this on mediums proves you actually, but you just bad luck's keeping you from going up the field because you're quick.
Yeah, we're not. We've done a lot of ACC and things like that, so
so you're not.
We have experience.
Yeah.
We're not complete newbies. But
just first race on rFactor 2.
Yeah. At the moment, my teammate, I think he has a draft because he's doing 337 down Mozart, which is incredible.
Oh. Yeah, what's that in miles an hour? It's like 204, 206. That's like getting up to DPI speed.
I've just been told that DPI has lost its rear wing.
Oh, this could be a code 80, and I'll just get my headset on just to listen.
There's been a code 80, has there?
Oh no, I'm just listening. Because if you said a DPI's lost its rear wing, then that could definitely be a code 80.
Just give me a second, I'll have a check with him.
Yeah, just double check, please.
Okay. A DPI was behind him, and because it's a little bit taller, he was taking all the aero.
Yeah.
So he was hitting the aero. It hasn't lost its rear wing. It wasn't hitting the rear wing of my teammate. That's why he's doing 367.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was about to say then. Yeah, we should stay under green. Got worried for a second. I was like, oh my gosh, not another code 80.
Right, I'm gonna have to head out because I'm gonna be getting in the car in about 25-30 minutes.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, have fun, and hopefully you can make up the positions that you've lost due to what's happened. Because you definitely have your team definitely has the pace, but there's no denying that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I might hop back in here at some time during the race, but yeah. Thank you. See you in a bit.
No worries. We're always happy to have an interview. Yeah, no worries.
There you go. Just saying have that, fun. He just set his best lap. See you in a bit.
Nice. I'll actually just check what lap time that is. Live timing hasn't updated. Is live timing okay, or is it having just a mini episode? Yeah, it's still not updating for me, so I don't know. But I just trying to go back onto the stream and stuff, making sure, see if there's anyone else for interviews. Doesn't look like it. But I have to admit, 6 positions in 2 laps from the race stars is really good, and the fact that they're on pace, it's good. I know I'm probably not making any sense, as they're still actually following this battle between Bendik Nagy and Benchik. So, and the gap's come down slightly, so maybe Maybe something's on here. It's now 3/10 as well. It's actually just been a penalty assigned to Peter Vagapov. And so that could be for track cuts, because I'm not seeing anything yet in Stewart's announcements. As these two cars go back into the Ford chicanes. Still how they were for the past 3 laps. I'm actually just gonna check in with my team for a second, so I'm not sure if we probably go for an ad break or something. Because I also probably need a drink at the same time. Yeah, my voice is starting to get very dry. So we'll go into an ad break now, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And we are back live with the SimplyMod Endurance Series 12 Hours of Le Mans. 12 hours and 10 hours and 11 minutes still left in the race. We're approaching now the 2-hour mark of racing with only one code 80, and we're still on board with this battle between Peter Bendek-Nagy and Timur Benchik, if I remember correctly. Now, I actually did see... Oh, they're gone now. There was a driver in the interview, but I think they're gone. I'll just message them. I can't type to save my life. Oh! Oh! I just saw Yannick Muller actually just going off track there. Didn't hit the wall or anything, and still has a rear wing, but that was a huge off-track moment there. I just missed it. As we go into the show's announcements, a warning for the 420 and the 878. So 420 being the Pride Racing. That's the phone just full, sorry. Being the Pride Racing DPI and the 878 GT. 878. Not sure what car they're driving. And also a GTE. So 3 cars apparently getting a warning there, and the GTE not being named. So yeah, it's actually Bendik Nagy on the back of Timia Benchik. So they had a pass for position which I hadn't known about. Going side by side into the chicane, banging tyres, little bit of contact, and Bendik Nagy retakes position 11 for the LMP2s. Jeez, I'm getting lost in everything now. As Timia Benchik not looking to make a move into Molzang corner, as they're coming up on 2 GTEs, both Ferraris, and another Ferrari in the background. Both getting past, one with relative ease. No tomfoolery done by the Ferrari, as actually Benchik gets a run on Bendik Nagy and going into Arnage. Oh, there's contact! And well done, Timia Benchik, for actually keeping that out of the barriers, and more importantly, keeping that in a straight line. As they now go through, I think, I'm just going to call it Indy, I probably got it wrong, but they now go on the run down to the Porsche curves, getting past the other Ferrari. I think that's actually a Sim Apex car. And Timia Benchik, I'm pretty sure, will be absolutely angry with Bendik Nagy, because Benchik had the inside line and was alongside, so I'd say that Benchik should have had the corner, but Bendik Nagy just closed the door, contact was made, and it's a good job that Benchik kept it out of the barriers. What? That was a heart-in-mouth moment. Not seeing that many incidents there, to be honest, as it looks like Bendik Nagy's making a pit stop in the LMP2 class, as it's probably that time again for pit stops, and Benchik now in P10 in class, as he now ride on board with Jack Smith, and who I believe is chasing Patrick Silvazzi for 7th place in the LMP2 field. As there's now being a report for the 46 Seawolf car. That is not the DPI, that I believe is the GTE. Actually no, it's Linus Lundville, it's the 4th place LMP2. And actually no, sorry, they're being defended. It's the 13 Royal Blue Racing car that has been reported. I think that one's the GTE instead of the GT4, instead of the LMP2. And funny thing is, the Royal Blue Racing team have actually reported the 46, so both cars reporting each other, and yeah, so that could be interesting to see, as the driver who was in the stream interview channel is no longer there, which is unfortunate. It would have been nice to have another interview. I'll actually just hit them up, because they were from my team, actually, the 29 Just-O-Matic car, which is like P18 in class. So we've had a few incidents, including one on the very first lap, as we now just look and see all the LMP2s are filing themselves into the pit lane. As it is pit stop time once again for the prototypes, doing roughly 45 minutes on the tanks, and yeah, I'll just actually see if just looking into the steward's announcement. The 29 Just-O-Matic car, which is my car, has received a warning 1 out of 3. So I will just probably let them know too for a move at Indianapolis. I'm back. Just had to give a bit of a telling off to my teammates for their on-track behaviour, for A, getting their warning, and B, to see if I can get the driver back in for the interview. As just looking there at P2. P2 being lapped by, I think that is Gil Shanky. Yeah, that's the Seawolf car. So there's actually now, I think, an argument brewing actually in the in the Discord server itself that apparently someone's saying there's a lot of idiot drivers here, so things are starting to get heated. Now it's only 2 hours into the race. People just need to calm down. Just remember that it's a long race, and instead of attacking, just let your driving do it. Instead of attacking other drivers, let your driving do the talk. Hey. Just double checking, but I think we're about to get one of the drivers in for an interview once they actually join the interview chat. As Benjamin Gilshinki has driven an absolute amazing race, and also apology, but the overlay appears to have frozen again. It needs refreshing. I just realised I was about to say what the gap was, and it's currently unavailable. Yep, we now get it reloaded, and the gap is over a minute now to the 999 of Danny Robbins. So an absolute amazing race for Gil Shanky in the Seawolf DPI. Oh yeah, I'm getting team names so confused here. I'm so sorry. As we now, if you'd like to drag Camille Jablonski in for an interview, we can do that. I believe they have actually just been dragged in. So we now have our second interviewee, driver for the number 29 Just-O-Matic LMP2, Camille Jablonski. Taylor? If you're saying anything, I can't hear you. You there, Camille? Camille, can you hear me? Wait. I can't hear you, Camille, if you're trying to talk. I'm not. It may be coming through on stream. I don't know, but I'm not getting any feed. Maybe try replugging in your headset or something. I can't hear you.
Hello, hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, hello. Yes, I can hear you now.
Hi. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. So, how's the race been going?
Well, the racing's been going okay. We've qualified probably lower than we could have, but the start was okay. It was going well, apart from one little mishap with another driver, and then unfortunately I had to cut my stint short because my wheelbase started to go a bit funky.
Yeah, have you fixed that? I mean, I know you're supposed to be in the car later, but I hope you fix that. I don't.
Well, the only way I could fix this, and I think it's alright now, is to do the old school on and off trick, off and on trick, I should say. And I think it's okay now.
Yeah, I actually just did that with my wheel. Yeah, so I'm not saying Tobias is in the car right now.
That's right, yeah. He took over my stint and stacking up with his stint as well.
Yep, so what position are you in class?
So right now I'm not entirely sure what is our class position, but last time I checked it was 18, 19. I've seen a couple of drivers hit and I think one retired, so we must be around there somewhere still.
Oh, so we had our first retirement, that's interesting. Yeah, so any positions you're trying, any idea on where you're trying to end up by when the checkered flag falls in 9 hours and 56 minutes time?
So when we started, our aspirations was top 10. If we can still do that, time will tell. Like you say, there's still a lot of time.
Long way to go, yeah.
That's right. So aspirations are top 10. If we can do that, we'll see later.
Oh yeah, I mean the night time. That's going to be an interesting part of the race when it actually gets to the night stages later on. So definitely for the last 6 hours, I want to say. I know my timings are sometimes off, but I think the last 6 to 5 hours should be run in darkness. And that could, if you have a driver who's good in the day and not good in the dark, then that could change the course of many people's races. So, I mean, I hope we actually do have some drivers that are confident in the dark.
Well, admittedly, I have limited experience, so okay. I'm probably one of those of, well, we'll see how long it will take until I crash.
Hopefully, it will be after the checkered flag. Yeah, I don't want it to happen during the race or in the last seconds. Had that happened to me last season, we crashed on the last lap, battling for P10, and lost our rear wing. In the LMP2 class too, so
I can imagine the pain because I've had similar mishaps happen in the past. So I'll definitely do my best not to do that.
I mean, some good and slightly bad news is the way the start happens for you. Yeah, because what happened at the start? I want your opinion on that. Just realised.
So I was keeping my distance. I was pretty much at the back of the LMP2 pack, and then I caught up halfway through the lap at the end of the first straight. I'm not familiar with the corner names, so I can't reference that.
It was the second Molson chicane.
Yeah, that's about right. And as I was, I overtook one of the cars at the end of the pack, and well, I believe I left him space. I turned in, and I think he just braked too late and ran into me, and spun himself.
He got a drive through for that, so.
Yeah, so I think that was deserved, because I did it. It wasn't, it wasn't. I didn't contribute.
Accidental.
That's right. It was definitely. It was definitely avoidable.
Oh yeah, no. Funnily enough, it was actually a carbon copy of what happened to me when I started the last season's 12 Hours of Le Mans. And hey, we ended up finishing, I think it was P10, so you never know. We could be doing the exact same.
Well, if we can copy that effort, I think we'll be satisfied.
Yeah. So
I'm actually just checking now if on the stream if the biases.
Oh, right. And that was Kamil Jablonski, driver for the 29 Justomatic LMP2. New entry, actually, for this weekend. Has not raced in the SimplyMod Endurance Series.
Hi, yeah, sorry about that. I just drank that.
Oh. Is that connection issues for Camille then, maybe? But as I was saying, a new entry, and hopefully will be with us for next season.
Hello again.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just hoping this isn't going to be connection issues that lead to an incident in the race.
No, I hope not. No.
I mean, this, especially on about connections, the server's actually been okay with only one incident in one incident being the red flag during qualifying, which was delayed everything by about. We managed to get at least 5 minutes behind schedule now. It was longer, but we made up time and got the race going about 5 minutes behind schedule.
Okay, yeah, I was actually wondering what caused, because that was during the GTE LMP3 qualifying, wasn't it?
LMP3, yeah. It was during the GTE qualifying, because there's no LMP3s. I mean, there were supposed to be two, but they dropped out. Actually, they didn't drop out. They just changed class. As I've actually just been told, I'm in the car in like 45 minutes, which is going to be fun. I'm doing 90 minutes, so that's two stints for a LMP2.
I believe I'm in the car shortly after that as well. So.
Yeah, I think I'm handing over to you. So
Yeah. So that's it's going to work. I really hope that my base isn't going to do it again. If it does, the plan is that I will just once I get in the pit during the pit stop, I'll do a quick off and on trick with the wheel and
just be careful with that, because it may not allow you to reconnect your wheel, because I've had that with my T300 before.
Yeah, would that be rFactor just not connecting the controller?
Yeah, I think it's an issue with rFactor too. If you disconnect the wheel, it won't allow you.
Okay, I didn't know that. Maybe I should practice that before it happens, or if it happens.
Have a force feedback reset button. I know there's actually a button for that where you can reset your force feedback, so that could be a good thing for you to map. But anyway, I'll let you go back to the 2019 now, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. We'll hear each other again. Bye.
Yep. Bye. That was Kamil Jablonski after a few connection issues, but it's fine. As actually now, more Schur's report, drive-through for the number 13 Royal Blue Racing. Patrick Silvazi in P5 actually, so that's P5 in LMP2, getting a drive-through for making contact with the 46 Seawolf car. No, Seawolf. Is it Seawolf? Oh, I want to say it's Seawolf. I was right, it was Seawolf. Don't know why I was doubting myself. So I'm actually just going to switch over headset because my phone's almost about to die. So, may just be a slight pause. As now I'm back. That was a quick pit stop for me to change my mic. And, well, headset, because my phone actually needs charging. Shall I just get right now? And, one thing that people may not know, or if you're just new to this race series, that there's actually live weather on the server for the race. The weather you're seeing right now is what the actual weather is over at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Lemans. And good news for all the drivers involved is there is no rain. Set to be no rain for the race. Completely dry throughout. Also at volume settings. As I actually have to dip out now and start getting ready to drive my stint. I'll be back later. It was actually fun doing a solo comms on my own, and I will be back later as actually there's been reports of a yellow flag in Sector 1 quickly cleared away. As I was saying, I'll be leaving right now, and getting ready to drive for 90 minutes. So, I think there might be a delay between the next commentator coming in, so just enjoy the sights and sounds of GT3, LMP2s and DPIs going around the glorious Circuit de la Sarthe. Bye for now.
And hello. We're back for the SimplyMod Endurance Championship. I'm back in the seat, it seems. That's fine though. Seems like Violet went away just for a bit to drive. Good luck to her. Not too much going on track. A lot of penalties, a lot of reports. We'll see how that ends up going. One thing I do have to point out is Darius Andre, who's had a very bad race so far for Sim Apex. P21 overall, last in DPI, I think. He's had like 5 penalties already. Not a great race for him, honestly, not a great race. Anyway, what we're watching now is a battle between Ormildo Jr. and Damien Degrassi. Both in Porsche cars. The gap is only 1.6 seconds, probably the closest gap we'll have to anything at the moment. You can see how much this field is spread out in around 2 hours or so now. No, not a lot, honestly. Have a look at their laps. Similar pace. It seems like the Nova is slightly faster. But we'll get back to that soon. The bigger battle here is between Luciano Da Silva and Alex Tunbridge. Only 4 tenths separate them. BMW being the better car in the straight lines, I believe. Whereas the Porsche will be better in... I think it's the better overall car, but this Brazilian racing team car has been very good so far this season, and it'll probably get paused at some point. So we watch here, they go into turn 1. You can see there, oh! The Silva goes very wide there. Completely messes that up. 3 seconds to Alex Tunbridge now. Blessing in disguise maybe for him. It's a very difficult corner to get right the Dunlop chicane. It's very easy to lock up or just brake worse. It's a very brake temperature dependent corner. Sometimes you just overcut it fully, and sometimes it's better. Another battle here, the Nova Finlandia of Jake Bond and Peter Forgats of what? The... excuse that. Sound effects, I believe it seems. Well, it's not that close, honestly. And it seems like Forgats is just a faster car in general. Maybe their strategies were very close in some regards, hence why they're so close. I don't think this will be that big of a battle later on. Either way, we'll see how it comes out, as Forgats has been reported for bumping someone, giving us someone damage to DPI. See how that turns out. There's only one sewer at the moment, and we'll see how that is. It's much better when you have a few more stewards to do that kind of stuff. It's not as simple when you have only one. Ball getting closer and closer. Maybe Forgats has some damage from the incident that I mentioned before. But yeah, very good run there from Jake Bond. As they're gonna be coming up to the Porsche curbs now. Crucial part to get right here. If you get it right, you'll get a good run. It's all just a very nice flowing track, Le Mans. Like, even getting a good run from the Porsche curves will benefit you hugely, even in somewhere like the Mulsanne. Assuming you keep up your momentum, anyway. Getting closer and closer. Yeah, gap is full by about 4 tenths now. We'll see how that turns out. We do go check though, and the next... Yeah, it's not gonna be people pitting for another 6 or so laps. One of the cars in front of them has pitted. Banksick, for some reason, I don't know why. He only had 5 laps on his tire. It seemed like he was on the mediums as well. But yeah, here are your class leaders. Benjamin Gielczynski for Seawolf Net Race Racing. James Juba for AFP. And leading the GTE class is Greg Hall in the 51 Speedy Might. Which is surprising many people. Many people thought that would be Seawolf in the Porsche who would be winning GT today, but unfortunately Ibrahim Khan did not have that much luck, and the driver he swapped with, Ben Crooks, is only in P6 at the moment. Sam Butter is doing the majority of carrying there, and Maxi Janssen is another one people expected to be doing very good, only in P3 at the moment. Penalty for Petr Benedict Nagy. I'd assume it's for cut tracks. People have been complaining about them, saying that sometimes they get a cut track after only 6 cuts or so, when it should be like 8. think it depends on the severity of that though. That's the main thing. Anyway, it seems like there's a battle in LMP2 for P2 between Linus Lundvall and Daniel Kiss. I think that's his name anyway. They're only within like 5/10 of each other. The battle for P2 might be interesting to see. Yeah, I guess at the moment we're just gonna watch this. Gap is back down. Seems like Bond is only faster in the final sector, whereas Forgats is better in the first and second. Because the gap just falls down and goes back up and it just doesn't end. Unfortunately. Anyway, Sensano's in the pit lane now. Possibly the GTE pit window is starting. I'm not too knowledgeable on the GTE strategies. I know a lot of the DPIs and the LMP2s are looking to double settle off. But with the GTs, I'm not sure is it that possible. I'd assume it is. Gap back down again for Gats and Bond. Will probably go up again soon. It's being interesting at the moment, yeah. But yeah, literally nothing going on track. There's a few battles here and there. There's Forgats and Bond, there's Lundvall and Kiss, which we are watching now. Only 4/10 separate them. Between the Seawolf and Mugen. Yellow in Sector 3. I wonder what that could be. So judging by their laps anyway, it seems like Kiss is much faster than Lundvall. But I do think Lundvall will have Santo Engqvist in the car later on. I'll have to double check that. That is indeed correct. It's Engqvist, Lundvall and Andrea Miharizoa. So we'll see them in the car later, but at the moment Lundvall is not going as fast as he wants to. Ideally he wants to be going faster than Kiss and just have a comfortable P2, but you do have to keep in mind that this Mugen wasn't P2 for the majority of the race. So the fact that they managed to get up to P2 themselves, Seawolf, is a testament to their skill maybe? I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to their strategy. Either way, the Seawolf is looking to win the title here, so they're hoping not to get caught up too much. Only title that's been won is the DPI one by Seawolf. GTE and LMP2 is still for grabs. But yeah, it's not likely because Balance Racing have retired from this race. Royal Blue, I think, is still running. I'd have to check in what position. They're not too far back, but they have a 29-point deficit to the Seawolf. It's gonna be hard to close that. They need the Seawolf to DNF ideally. And then behind that, it's just getting less and less likely to do anything, honestly. And in GT, it's between SimApex Junior Team and Seawolf RA74. And as things stand, SimApex is gonna win that title. Gap is 22 points. But SpeedyMod isn't that far behind either, it's only 25. 36 points, it's doable, but unlikely, to say the least. They'd probably need to win by quite a bit. It's not even the correct Seawolf that's leading that they want to. Either way, they're side by side here at the Mulsanne race. Kies has got a very good run. He's probably running quality boost at this point. But Lundvall has the inside. I don't know, is he gonna... Yeah, he's let go. So Kies is back up into P2, where he was before. And Lundvall is down to P3. I'm not sure is Lundvall just gonna stay back and let it go, or is he gonna try and fight back? It really depends on what you want to do. Some people just prefer to just let it go in endurance races. We do have the F1 quality going on as well right now. There's been a red flag. Not sure what happened there. Car stopped. For signs in turn 1. Guess that warrants a red flag, I don't know. Oh well. Anyway, Keys is starting to build a gap to Lundvall. You can easily see the pace difference here. Another battle here is Jake Bond and Johan Leviesman. That's interesting. So it means Jake Bond must have gone past the other car, maybe a pitted or something, I don't know. But I'm not sure which one is which. I believe Jake Bond is supposed to be in the Nova Finlandia, but maybe they might have switched around by now and it's Leviesman behind him now. It seems that way. Maybe the overlay is just a bit behind. Or at least that's what it seems like at the moment anyway. Seawolf car getting in between now. And the GTEs have very pit stops here it seems, with whole pitting not long ago. Anyway, Janssen is in the lead now for Sim Apex. I believe he's yet to pit, but let's see about that. So Janssen is yet to pit, but he's still... Yeah, Speedy might have done a driver swap now with Jones getting in the car. See the amount of pit stops here, I believe, for each driver. That is. It doesn't show the car total, it only shows the driver. But you can see, like, for example, for some drivers who've been in since the beginning, how it looks. Gilchinski's in the pits now. You have cars like Lundvall and Vargoni, Shilvasi and Balog doing 3 pit stops. Close to doing 3 pit stops, I believe some of them were drive-thrus, but maybe I'm wrong. Robbins is in the pits as well. It seems like all these DPIs are just planning to do 10 laps. There's some that are doing less or more, but you can see the position gains here as well. Of course, you can't see it for the cars who have who are in the pits, but you can see Juba still in the lead. Janssen 2 positions up. Crooks, who started in pole position, down. Very disappointing for Seawolf. And in general, it seems like pretty much every DPI has gained a position courtesy of Darius Andre and his penalties and crashes. And other than that, I don't think a lot of people have gained that many positions, honestly. Like 1, 2, maybe 3. But it's pretty much as it was at the beginning. Big bomb they're pulling away. Yellow in sector 2. Not sure if I'm wrong. Okay, so there's a battle here, that's what I was thinking about. Between Kujundžić and Klose. 1.3 seconds separate them, with Klose being back in the podium positions now. And they're both pitting now on the same lap, so I think it just goes down to what they're gonna pit for. I don't know if some of them are gonna double stint, change tires, we're gonna see now who's gonna gain. I do think Kujundžić does like 1 lap per stint more, or maybe that was Basila. I don't know, we'll see. Looks like Kujundžić is on his way out possibly now. Anyway, Jake Bond on a roll constantly, he's trying to catch up Damian Bludiga here. See how he does. He's got a good run here, it's just on his tail. Very good run, that was easily done for the most part. Seems like Bludiga had a very bad entry. Just a very bad corner in general. Should be an easy move unless Ludiga just chooses to be aggressive, but nope. Jake Bond is up to P7, man is on a mission himself. Next up is Solbassi, but that is quite some time ahead now. Still apparently a battle, but not really. So Closer is still in the pits. We're not really sure what's happened to him. Maybe he has damage, I don't know. But he has lost a lot of time compared to others. Probably pitted for tires, and Kirac and Priscilla just didn't. Maybe they're triple stinting, maybe they just changed the strategy when they saw others were double stinting, I don't know. But Closer is only 1/10 behind Kirac now. Also got similar pit stops then, but Kirac just got better, I don't know. Maybe there was traffic, we'll see. Okay, here's all of the LMP2 spitting now. Either way, 2/10s between Jeff Close and... Alright, for that, we're back. Some traffic there between these two. And to the other Mulsanne chicane. Still nothing. Keys has got a penalty now. James Juba has gotten a penalty. I'm wondering what those were for. Possibly for speeding in the pits? I'm not really sure. Either way, Close is trying to get a move here done at the Mulsanne King. And he gets it done. Oh, bit of a bad exit though. Kirac might have a better run going into the next corners. The thing is with the DPIs, they seem to be following other cars very badly. For the most part. Like the slipstream isn't that great. Doesn't seem like Kirac will be able to get it done in this corner. Oh, drift there for the ballet driver. But it seems like he's secured the move. Oh well. Yeah, 6 cents separate them. And it seems like Close is the fastest driver of the two. Their next goal is going to be Basila, who's on a different strategy now. It's come to my attention. But he is in the pits now. I think he just does 1 lap more per stint. Which means Close and Kirac will both gain a position each. These penalties will make things interesting though. So Santu Engqvist is in the car for Seawolf and LMP2 now. And Keys has the lead right now. I'm not sure what happened in LMP2. But Keys and Juba both have penalties to their names. And that could mix things up, especially for Varkoni and Engqvist to catch them. So it's mixed up LMP2 a lot more, and it'll be interesting once those penalties are served to see where they come out. Overlay is a bit late on that regard. Still says some of them in the pits, but it should be fixed soon, so we'll be able to see how that works out for Juba and Daniel Keys. Penalty from Blumchen now. Yeah, just people getting cut track penalties everywhere here today. Not too great. That's what we gotta watch later on then. battle in the pits between Thomas Richt and David Leltz. Pretty exciting so far, if you ask me. Nothing going on at the moment though. Just one of the cars going outside the other. Yeah, but it seems like when Keys and Juba serve their penalties. Oh! Kirac going very wide at the Mulsanne King. Oh, wow. Bit of a spin. Luckily, no damage. Move it out the way for the Lightning McQueen car and the Porsche there. In the middle of the track now. Not the safest place to be, but he's being careful about it. Oh well. Yeah, but when Keys and Juba through the penalties, Marconi will be in the lead. And I think Joe Brown will be able to get past too. Not sure about Engfest, but it'll be very close. It'll be like a... Oh, sorry though. Joe Brown is in the DPI. But Engfest will be fairly close as well. It'll be like a 4-way for the lead whenever they serve it. So that means Basila is now up to 4th. Pity for Kirac, who was fighting for the podium positions in DPI there. Not much one can do about that. Yeah, there's literally no battles on track. The closest we really got to a battle is going to be an LMP2 between Keys and Juba. Gap is down to 2 seconds from the 4 it was previously, but I think they're yet to serve their penalties. We do have Benchik versus Lediga. Only 1 second separates the 2 drivers. The Mako and the HVML. So Basila pits for some reason, even though he was in the pits not long ago. He might have a penalty. And that'll play nicely for Kirac. Juba now 1.2 seconds behind Keys. But yeah. Oh, car with no rear wing. That's cargo bound. That's surely gonna be a code 80 or a code 60. Car with no rear wing there, honestly. Surely. Yet to hear one called, but maybe soon. Yeah, that's a pity. Oh, and he goes into the barriers, loses it completely. Yeah, it's a pity for the driver. I think he's on the Sim Apex car. That's Gergo Balog. He's the best running Sim Apex car in LMP2. But yeah, I can see how that worked out too. Chuba back in the lead. Looks like Keys turned his penalty. Chuba has not yet. And there's the code 60. Code 80, full course yellow, whatever you want to call it. Because I have to wait for this man to get back into the pits. And now the waiting game. It's gonna be a while. But we'll see. So it's Kitao in the car. Driver swap with Gelczynski. Then Juba and LMP2 leading, and then Janssen in GT. So there's no code 80 goal, some people reckon. Maybe some issues with the whispers, I don't know. Everyone's saying they didn't hear it. Some heard it, some didn't. We have a discrepancy there. So apparently Robin smashed into the back of a car because there's some issues with the code 80 being called. And I think that's the car he smashed into. What car that is, I'm not entirely sure. It's an LMP2. I'm not sure what the stewards will do about it either if there are some issues with the code 80 call being pulled across. Will they penalize him or no? We don't actually know. It's not just from one TeamSpeak channel they didn't hear it, apparently. Trying to find out if Robbins has big damage or not. Yeah, a bit of a confusion, but I'm sure that'll be fixed for next time. Anyway, it's green flag though. I do still think there is a car with no rear wing. Guess we'll see now what happens. If there might be another code 80. And there's another one. It is how it is basically when you have one steward for 50 car events. So we gotta give it to Tom. You know, it can be hard to see the whole track. It's a big track. Only one steward who also has to check the reports while seeing other things. It's just, yeah. And now we wait again and again and again. Now we gotta wait for the MPL Racing Team 23 to get into the pits before we go green again. Bit of a confusion, but we'll get there. So Varconi is in the pits now. I don't exactly know why. He probably served the penalty no longer, and now he's just going in for an honorable pit. Might be the same for Juba. Here's Robert Bond in P7 and the Sim Apex DPI. The one Darius Andre was in earlier. Big issues for them. Apparently some game issues as well. Still a long race to go. They might take advantage of some things. They got the pace advantage, especially ahead of the cars ahead. And they might get there eventually. It's a long race. You never know. So we wait. A lot of reports going on here. Sim Apex weapons racing up overtook them during Code 80. I think it's gonna be green soon because Risht is going into the pit lane now. So we're expecting a green flag soon. I think that's fine now. Thomas Risht in the pits. Very unlucky for him there in that incident. And I believe we are green now. Chris Gitzel in the Team Iris car, P12 in class. Not a bad effort from them at all. Another yellow in sector 2. Hopefully that doesn't call for another Code 80. Ju has still yet to serve his penalty, and another penalty for Daniel Keys. This is gonna be very good for Merguli and Engqvist, who are battling on track at the moment for P3, with Engqvist going in past him at the moment. Can't count out Merguli though, he's a very fast driver himself. But Engqvist this season has been built different, and he's on a roll, so that he can win the title here today. So we wait. We wait for the penalties, because there seems to be a lot of them. Another battle is Romildo Jr. and Damien Degrassi between Nova Finlandia and the Holland Racing Team, I believe it's called, with Junior catching Degrassi only 1.4 seconds between them. Pace difference, I'm already sure. I believe they're similar pace, for the most part anyway. But as things stand, Nova is pulling away. Both in the Porsche. Porsche is the best car for Le Mans and for GTE, if you ask me honestly. Especially for a long event like this. Fuel consumption is just right, it's very much suited to a lot of the corners here. It's not that bad in a straight line either. So even if Corvette outright might be the fastest GT, its fuel consumption is really bad, and it's just gonna fall behind in terms of pit stops. So Juba is serving his penalty this lap. I believe it's a drive-through for him. But Keys also has one, so it's pretty much down to Engfist to make sure he could possibly still win this. Now, after a great strategy. And I believe he's won a few more times this season, let me check. Where do we have that? They've also won in Sebring, but that's about it. For them, anyway. Another car. Yeah, it's just a very normal battle for now. And Juba does come out ahead of Keys by 5 seconds. I'm not sure what the gap to Keys and Engfist is. Oh, it's only 2.1 seconds or so. So it'll look like Engfist will be promoted to P2 quite easily once that's on. Very wide for Junior there. And he's gotten a drive-through penalty, which he goes to serve straight away. It seems. Good for him. But Degrassi is in the pits as well. Interesting. I believe there's someone in for a interview here with Tobias Lumshen. Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello there.
Hi,
So-
give me a sec. I just have to mute someone on my team speak.
That's totally fine for us. So we wait.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to tell someone to be quiet in my team speak.
Yeah, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. So I believe you were in the car earlier, as far as I remember, correct?
Just got out, yeah. Had to do a bit of a longer stint because Camille had a problem with his wheels, so yeah.
Oh wow.
Hello.
That's very bad for him.
Yeah. His force feedback cut out for a little bit, so yeah, I had to go in for a bit longer.
Like
Not sure
fully,
how. Yeah, fully cut force feedback out. So we went to the end of his first stint, and then we got basically he had to go in a pit stop earlier, so lost 45 minutes of running.
Oh wow, that sucks. And where are you running at the moment? Pardon my ignorance. There's more than 100 drivers in this
I
race.
think the 29 car is running in P25 currently. Not sure.
Not too bad.
No,
So-
not too bad at all.
You drive for Just-O-Matic Racing Team, correct?
Yes, I do.
What are your expectations for this round? You're running fairly well, to be honest.
Nothing much. I think we just want to finish it. It's my first proper endurance race. The longest I've done on rFactor 2 is a 2.4-hour race, which is nothing compared to this. So yeah, I think it's just a finish. I think I'll be
The
happy with
first
that.
one is always the one we remember. And there's a lot of Le
Definitely.
Mans events. So
Yes.
sure you'll do good in that regard anyway. Hold up 1 second. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
So we got Ellie Pelletier in the car now, right?
Yeah.
Actually thought she'd be
did.
jumping into the car much earlier, to be honest.
No. She's doing a 1.5 hour stint, and I think that's done for her. Because we then got another two drivers who still have to drive, which are Damien and Daniel, who's completely new to endurance racing. This is also his first 12-hour race.
Well, you're still running very much in the mid-pack, which is nothing to be ashamed of. It's not like ARL has a very bad field or anything.
No, definitely not at all. I'm quite enjoying it.
Oh, I mean, it's enjoyable for most. Unless you're some people in this race. I know there's been a lot of issues for a lot of cars in this race so far. You guys haven't had any issues with penalties or anything?
We've had a bunch of penalties, so yeah, it's not been very fun in that regard.
Cut tracks or?
Cut tracks, accidentally sped into the pit line once. There's been a lot of them, unfortunately. But they haven't really hampered us. There was this one big incident happening out of the S's where we had a bunch of people crash. I lost control and hit the rear. Not any of their fault, my fault, but yeah, just had a bit of an incident there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, a lot of people have been complaining about the cut tracks, how there's only 8s and things like that. I've seen a lot of penalties been giving out. It's very easy to abuse the track limits at Le Mans, as you surely.
Yeah. Especially through going on to Tetra Rouge. So yeah, that's probably the hardest.
In the final chicane, a lot of people seem to, or not final chicane, or like final sector, a lot of people seem to extend, especially going on to the final chicanes, the corner behind the left. I can't remember its name. Oh,
but no,
everybody in the background there.
Everybody's been generally clean though, which is quite nice. So yeah.
It's a it's a clean league for the most part. I'm sure you can agree.
Oh yes, I can. Even though doing one race, it's been a very good reaction. So yeah. No, I've been enjoying it. It's been a bit calm. Got another stint at I'm doing with the second last stint, so 10 to 11:30.
Yeah, that's an important one, especially when it'll be much darker outside and all that.
Yeah. So there's going to be a bit of practicing during the others doing their stunts.
Yeah. And one more question for you before we go to an ad break. I know it's very early, it's still 9 hours to go, but do you have any prediction or anywhere you're hoping to finish in this race?
Top 15 would be fun, but I don't think it's going to happen, as we're miles behind any other competition. But yeah, as you said, we've still got 9 hours to go. A whole 3/4 of the race is still to happen.
Well, good luck, you still got more stints ahead of you, and hopefully you can pull through and get that top 10.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And that was Tobias Bloomshine, and now we're watching Santo Engqvist and Daniel Geese battle, which we will... Actually, they're not battling, oh my god. Sorry, I must have misrecognized the car, that's just one of the AFB DPIs lapping Engqvist, or just going past him in general. Anyway, I think we'll go to a short ad break now, if that's fine, as I need to go get a drink and things like that. And we'll be back with you shortly.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel. Visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And pardon me there, we are back. Still on board with Santo Engqvist. Not much has really happened, honestly. In the grand scheme of things, Engqvist is second, great recovery drive for Seawolf, who keep on battling with Mugen on and off. Though Mugen seemed to be faster when the other Seawolf driver was in the car, whereas now with Engqvist in the car, they're just built different, you know. Going much faster than everyone else. In DPI, it's the same old story, and I don't think it's really gonna change. I mean, look at the caps. Unless something drastic happens, then there's just no way. There's just no way anything will happen there, really. I guess the one to watch will be SimApex and see if they can recover. And as for others, let's see. Yeah, there just isn't anything going on. I mean, I'm just looking up and down and it's so just normal, really. This is really the closest thing we got on track for the most part. I mean, even though it's 4 seconds, that just goes to show you the extent of how far back everyone is from each other. And I guess that's just how we have to cope with it. But as things stand, Kitao leads in DPI for Seawolf. Juba leads for AFB and LMP2, and Janssen leads for SimApex. SimApex and Seawolf, of course, pretty much, I don't know, the founding fathers of ARL, maybe the biggest teams. They're just in every race, they're always at the front in every class for the most part. Pity that SimApex haven't been at more as... Oh, that's a Noah Finlandia. Gone. He's back. He went into the gravel, but he'll be fine. Other than that, there's nothing we can really do, but if any one of you does want an interview or something, feel free to hop into one of the chats. And we will soon grab you in. in the voice chat on the Discord. Stream interview chat will be able to handle that. Oh, Daniel Keys, what's happened to him? He's in the pits. I don't know why. He's only done 5 laps on these tires. Maybe there's damage or something. Hard to tell. Okay. Penalties. That's all. There's a yellow in sector 1. And there isn't really any pits going up. I think the DPIs will be pitting this lap for the most part, but nothing seems like it's gonna change. Why would it? Bored, honestly. Where it's at this race is GT, who had a very good run earlier, and hopefully Sam Butchers, I think it is, or who was in the car? Ibrahim Khan. That was Ben Crooks, who's actually 7 in GT. Hopefully when Ibrahim is back in the car later, we'll see some more action and him catching up drastically. Santo fist lapping the Brazilian racing team BMW. But as things stand, Seawolf are gonna win the LMP2 title, and some Apex are gonna win the GTE title. Speedy might have fallen behind, but yeah, that's besides the point. Basically, for Seawolf or Sim Apex to lose the title, they'd have to DNF, and they'd have to have their rivals win the races. I think all it'll take for Seawolf to win LMP2 is for them to finish half the race, and they'll get some points for participation already. I think 2 or so is enough. Penalty for one of the LMP2s. David Tepper in the Nova Finlandia. Cut tracks again. And yeah, now it's between Engfus, who's trying to catch up to Juba. Juba, who had a drive-through earlier. The gap was bigger, that's for sure. But I mean, it's a part of it. If you're gonna be doing cut tracks more than that, then it's just gonna be like that. So Katao is in the pit lane now. I think Robin is gonna come in soon to Luchak in the pits. Yeah, you can start to see at this part of the race, we're only 3 or so hours in, you can already see who's doing the fuel saving and who's at the penalties and whatnot. Because the pit stop laps, usually they should be around the same. It depends mostly. For DPI and LMP2, it's 10 on average or so. But with some, you can see when they're tire saving, honestly, and fuel saving. When they're tire saving, they're gonna usually go for a double stint, which will make their pit stops much shorter than their rivals. And when they're fuel saving, they seem to do like one lap usually, more than everyone else, so like 11 laps. I'm not sure how big the stints are for GTs, I'm not really knowledgeable on them. I don't like the GTs, to be frank. So there we go. Robbins is in the pit lane. Now, minute gap between him and Katao, it's just pretty much the same. Seawolf seems to be the faster DPI here today. It is still a long ways to go, we're not even 1/3 of the way through, we're only like 1/4 of the way through, there's still a long time to go. And we'll see how it ends up happening in the end. So a 30-second stop go for the 420 car, which is one of the GTs, I believe. Let me double check that. It's hard to find them. Must be using a different car, I'll probably have to see in the Discord. So it's actually a DPI for the Pride Racing team. It's gonna stop go for silly move in the Porsche cars. Okay. Fair enough. Jensen's in the pit lane now, so Hall is back into the lead for Speedy Mike. It's not going to be enough to get them the GTE title, but it's still something. Could be different strategies, we'll see. Juba seems to be extending the gap, and Robbins has been in the pit lane for a while now. I'm not sure the pit stop should last that long. Maybe he's repairing damage or something, I don't know. He did smash into the back of an LMP2, to be frank, so good for him. Probably not. And there's been a driver swap now for AFP DPI. It's down, this is Pharos in the AFP car, and Guy Sonveld in the Valley Esports car, which is in P3. So P2 and P3 have done a driver swap now. So we'll see how that works out, how much on pace they are. Because I gotta say, the Robbins has been quite stellar so far this race. And so has Closer qualified P4 and DPI managed to take it. Oh, that's Robert Pawn and Samgar. And Luca Mangini's got penalty now in GT. Poor him. Cut tracks again. It's not, as I said, everyone's been getting these cut tracks left, right, and center. Not even funny. Yeah, so it seems like the AFP must have been repairing some damage, because they've lost like 10 seconds to get out the car or Pharos. Also, the thing isn't that. Probably has to be refreshed at some point. A bit behind, because it does say Gloves is still in the car, which he is not. Battle here between David Letts and Gurgly Gispus. Sim Apex car and ground effects, it seems. Good run there from David Letts. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I probably am. So Keys has gone into the pits now. And penalty for Pharos, probably for cuts. Not too great. Yeah, the live timing, I don't know, it's spazzing out, honestly. I think we have to refresh the overlay. Live timing says Santo Enquist is now leading LMP2. So as close as, yeah, I don't know. It's confusing, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Guess we'll see now. Luckily the overlay has been refreshed. And Enquist is in fact leading, so it seems like Tuba must have pitted in. Or had something bad happen to him, I'm not too sure. Gotta ask about that. A yellow in Sector 2. Oh, so Pharos' car has front suspension damage, as they did get crashed out by the 54 car of... No clue. You can give that a quick check. Gen team. It's now a P2 team. Right, so Juba has apparently pitted, hence why he's second. Live timing doesn't have it show up or anything, so I don't even know. Bit confusing. Maybe it's behind. I reckon that's what's happening. Maybe I should just refresh it. No, Hell hasn't fixed it. Oh well, I guess we'll just go for what we see now. So, Jake Bond, man on a mission, P6 in the pit lane, granted, yes. But he's gained so much positions in this race. Kirac is now gone for the pit. But man on a mission, honestly. And with these gaps, I'm not sure. Is it gap to next car or gap to... Yeah, it seems like it's gap to next car, actually. DPI is so spread out. More than a minute between each car. Thought that might go down later on. And LMP2, a bit closer. I mean, Enqvist and Juba are very close. Enqvist is yet to pit, but as things stand, Cemal leading both prototype classes. And in GTE, it's BD Might. With Maitica, who swapped Janssen in second lap. 47 seconds behind. I assume that's the bit difference, but... Anyway, steward announcements, chat. There's a drive-through for the 108 car, which is the ground effect LMP2 car. For... Yeah, he passed in GTE very dangerously, it seems. Yeah. But at the moment, they are in position far back. They're 23rd overall. They're fighting with Justomatic, who we had earlier on. But yeah, we're still open to interviews. So if you guys wanna hop on the Discord and let us know, we're totally fine with you having you guys. Might ask some people on later on, to be honest. So, Gergo Balak and Jeshe Kirac fighting for P6 here, the Sim Apex and the Royal Blue. Royal Blue, of course, still being in the title fight for LMP2. It's not likely they win. But it is possible, and you can't count them out. You don't know what's gonna happen. Eight 10 separate now, so far. I don't know. I highly doubt Gallo will actually catch Kirac on the Mulsanne. Unless he gets a very good run out of Tetra Rouge. Yeah, he's gained like 2 tenths. He has gotten a good run there. But I still highly doubt he's gonna get past him, to be honest. Guess we can only watch and see what will happen. Yeah, so I see what's wrong. So the live timing seems to be a few laps behind. Because I only just had Juba bit in like now, when he bit it in like 2 laps ago. But I mean, it's fine. We got the stream here, and it's probably the best bet we have for all of this. Penalty for another car now. And a much better run for Balog, who's gotten in front, has the inside for Mulsanne 2, and gets his Sim Apex up into P6. Good for him. Ujak will still look to get back to where he was before. Not a bad driver in his own right. I mean, Royal Blue, they haven't won a race this season, but they did get P2, and yeah, that's pretty much it. They got P2 in Silverstone and Sebring. Only teams that have won this season in is Valence, another Valence, Seawolf, and Sim Apex. And those are the only teams that have won in LMP2. So there has been some shout-outs. I mean, Nova Finlandia have gone to P2, Royal Blue, as I said. Sim Apex, Blue Steel on the podium as well. And of course the AFP of Juba, who finished second last race. In DPI it's been a much different story though, with Seawolf winning the first 3 rounds, getting P2 in the last 2, and on course at the moment to win this one. It's a long race to go. No wonder they won the title so quickly. They're a whole 76 points out of the next car. But yeah, it's a pity we don't actually have a proper title fight for any of the titles going into this round. As it seems, it's going to be a clean sweep for Kitao, clean sweep for Eggfist and for the Sim Apex GTE team. Nothing going on for them. Now we're watching Kitao, who's leading by 80 seconds. More even, huge gap for him. And he does have the fastest lap, I believe. In DPI, only 600 out of Robert Bowen's best lap, who is slowly moving his way back up the field. I do believe he's P6 now in DPI. That's a very good recovery from him. 12th overall, just 15 seconds behind Luchak. But he does have a 2-minute gap to the next car, which is Joe Brown. So we wait. Eggfist has now pitted, coming out P2 behind Juba, but by how much? Yet to see. Still waiting. See soon enough. Probably when they go around the sectors, the tower will update to account for Eggfist's gap to Juba. But I do believe Juba is now back out of the pits. So it says Faros is going to pay. I'm not sure if he's just going to serve that penalty he got earlier. If I had to guess, that's probably what it is. Seems like it. He doesn't really have a reason to bid for fuel or tires unless he's crashed. Yellow in Sector 3. Huh. Don't know what that is. So there's just been an announcement that there has been a mistake and there's actually a 5-cut limit. And that's how people have to do, because apparently they're not allowed to take them off. So Initially it was supposed to be 8 cuts, but now it's 5 before you get a drive-through, which explains the amount. But yeah, that kind of sucks. I don't imagine too many people will be happy about that. And it's not like they can really do much about it either. It's not that easy to keep track of. So I guess it's just for the drivers, drive more careful, that's it. Juba has a 23-second gap to Enqvist. Now, come out of the pits. Or 20. I guess the drivers just have to adapt. I mean, only one steward at the moment, and he has to do the code ATs, check the penalties. He had to track the cuts as well. That would just be, you know, and it's very easy for someone to just lie about it. So I guess people just have to adapt, and that's about it. As we got Juba here, the leader of the LMP2 class. "21-second gap he has to Enqvist. Nothing big at the moment. Just wait." The closest battles we probably have is, I don't know, there's like a 6 or 7 second gap between John and Iceman. And I'll look elsewhere, but the live timing can be a bit off. So yeah, people don't seem to be too happy about this. The track limits rules, but there really is nothing they can do at this point, so I guess it's just, we have to cope, and that's about it. Anyway, I'll be off for a break for 5 minutes. Fortunately, I have to eat. But we will be back shortly. We still have the coverage here, of course, of the race, unless there's gonna be an ad break or something, and we'll be back soon. We'll be sure you don't miss anything important.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
90 guys leading again for some Apex in Antoni. 2 guys in the gap. And Kirac is really excited again. Sure. Ask about that, to be honest. I don't know what happened to that. As things stand, that's pretty much the same. I mean, there's no new penalties. Oh, actually, there is. The penalty for car 29. I'll have to check who that is. Not really sure about that. Let's just check that quickly. Far from these things, it's just a Manic Racing team. We had Tobias Blumshine in the voice chat earlier, but it caused a penalty or something apparently. So we wait. And wait, and wait, and wait. There's literally no battles. The closest thing we got to a battle is way out on track. It's Gergo Balok in the Sim Apex and Nicpon in the Nova, Finlandia and LMP2. They have been stellar this season so far. I just shot them out a bunch at Spa, and so far is what it is, I guess. As they go past Sim Apex, past the other Sim Apex. LMP2 is a name I don't really know. Dixie. Andy Dixie for Speedy Mine. Yeah, I don't really know who he is. Not gonna lie about that. And he goes past the Nova Finlandia now. There seems to be some kind of battle further down for P17 and 18 between Giorgio Kovacs and Jack Georgina. Might be able to have a look at that. But oh. Yeah, they're like 8-10 within each other. Both LMP2s, I believe. Yeah. Still not having to Farrells on that stint. I mean, his laps seemed fine. I think it's mainly down to him serving that drive-through, but I didn't think it would be that bad. And there is no more battle because Giorgio Kovacs has gone into the pits, so we wait again. Just this for now. I'll try and get a few interviews in here, maybe. It would be nice. Let's see who we can get on potentially. So far, my predictions are on point. It seems, other than Ibrahim Khan's car not leading in GT. P6 at the moment, not sure whether Ibrahim's getting back in the car again. And quite frankly, I don't know if there are any other drivers between them. Right, so Farrell's fell down because of damage repair in the drive-thru. Excuse that, I'm just kind of praying for something interesting to happen. This is literally the worst part of an endurance race right now. I mean, there's no battles, you know. I think we're almost 1/3 of the way through the race. And that just goes to show you the lengths, I guess. So Farrells is now pitting again. So far, I don't know, smallest gap. We got Varconi trying to chase down Keys for P3. I think that's how you pronounce it. Some people pronounce it Kiss. I just pronounce it Keys. I don't think it's actually Kiss. More things in steward announcements, and there's another stop-go penalty for the 420 DPI car. And next time they cause a bad incident again and get a disqualification, so hopefully they'll be watching themselves, but at the moment nothing seems to be happening. I think it's the third or so incident they've caused this race. Very reckless on track so far. Well, let's wait then. And see. I think there's some pit stops coming up now. I think Kirac is gonna pit this lap. Cemal is in the pits now. Farrells is in the pits too. Yeah, unlucky for Farrells' car with all the damage they had to repair. They've dropped down by about another minute to Kirac. It's not quite a lap. I mean, it's hard to close out a 60-second gap, but it does make the job a lot harder when it's 122. So they'll be hoping for maybe some kind of red flag, maybe for some very bad damage to the Seawolf car. It doesn't seem likely, because Kirac is a very consistent driver for the most part. And especially when Georgina gets back in the car, they'll make up a lot of ground again. Now I'm not sure. So it seems that Balog and Bond are actually battling, which really doesn't quite show. Kind of blind, we might have to refresh it at some point. They are battling with Jake Bond back in front now for P8, I believe. Excuse the lag if you guys have any. Probably fix shortly. But Balog will be trying to get back up in front again. And we have seen Balog's immense laps on earlier. And his pace, especially through the sectors we're coming up to now, has been very good. Especially compared to Bond, who we were saying earlier, but gains most of his time in Sector 3 or so. Oh, Bond lost the rear a bit there. Gap hasn't closed down a bit. But I do think it isn't as much as Balog wanted. He did have to slow down if he didn't want to crash into it. As they go into Mulsanne, Anyway, Juba's pitted. Hankfist is now in the lead. Now, there seems to be some difference. I don't know. Are Seawolf field saving or what are they doing? But that for the most part seems to be extended by Juba. And I'm not sure is he paying for tires now or if he's double stinting. I guess we'll see by length. We'll see if Santu gets back ahead. Not. Geese has gone into the pits as well. As we watch, I believe that's Jan Kitao. Leader DPI by 2 whole minutes. Fairly dominant, if I have to say so myself. Just fairly. Anyway, in 2 minutes, we will be going to part 2 of the stream, of course. Because of how YouTube works, you can't really, you know, change how things work. So in 2 minutes, we will be moving to another stream, even a minute. And we'll be changing commentators. Going in now will be Nick Barnsdale, who will also be streaming the second part. The link will be posted in the chat here, so feel free to just click the link that we post in the YouTube chat, and the next part of the stream will be there. So we'll be moving very shortly. Yeah. So don't worry about the standings or table too much, because the stream won't be up for long. So again, remember, make sure to click the link that we post in chat, and yeah. And here comes Kitao into the pits. I think it's Kitao. Can't be hard with how, I mean, the DPIs are pretty much LMP2s with just big engines. They look similar, but I do think that's Kitao in the pits now. It is, in fact, Kitao. Hankfist might be going in the snap too. I guess we'll see about that. He's out, I guess.
Hello, Antoni.
Hello, Nick.
Okay, I think we're live on stream at the moment. I've just started my stream. We should be rocking and rolling.
Well then, we'll be posting the link to the second stream, I believe.
Link in the chat to watch part 2. I'm gonna send it right now.
Okay, link in the chat is going to be for part 2. I'm taking over the streaming duties for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
So guys, please press the link and then you will be able to see part 2. Nicholas will take over the stream, so yeah, press the link.
Well, I guess we're live on the other thing now. I'm gonna be watching that.
Yep.